Back. We're going to start the finance portion of the budget hearing. Director Brooks Harris, welcome. Not sure if there's anything you want to say or add before we get into the questioning around the finance area, the finance department. Feel free to.
Nope, I'm going to go ahead and introduce my team so we can get started.
Great.
All right. Sitting next to me, we have Kim Jones, the city treasurer. Behind Kim Jones, we have Sherry Walker Cord, director of TVA. Next to Sherry, we have Laura Miller, director of parking. And the next row back, next to the chief of staff, we have Mike Zazzara, the city assessor. Next to Mike, we have Constance Jefferson Mitchell, who is the interim purchasing agent. Behind Mike, we have Kathy Havens, Deputy Director of Finance. Next to Kathy, we have Tim Hurley, Assistant Director of Accounting. Next to Tim, we have John Fornoff, Deputy Treasurer. And on the last row, we have Chris Prego from Grant Accounting and Roz Phillips from Purchasing.
Thank you. And we will begin with questions for the finance department. Those who anyone wants to start with questioning? Before I get into mine? Yeah, can you talk a little bit about, obviously you introduced the person from parking violations. Can you talk a little bit about in the 1920 from the 1819 budget? There was a decrease in moving violations. How do we forecast those types of things, and what accounts for the decrease from 1819 to 1920?
Parking or traffic violation?
It says this is moving violation, so I'm assuming
Moving violation.
parking.
So
Or traffic, I'm sorry, traffic.
Traffic. So Sherry, do you want to?
You want to start or? So, are you talking about 5-35?
Yes.
Okay.
I think it's
When we look at year to year comparison, this is the first full year that we will be in operations. We didn't have so much information from 2017 to 2018. A lot of the moving violations came over from the state, and so the number would have been increased from that. And then now we have a basis, and so we have been operational for this year, and we've been on track. I think that Chris and Sherry can talk about. I think that this has been a great addition to something that the city offers. Basically, because we're giving people an opportunity that our suburban counterparts have had for years. And so because a lot of the tickets came over from the Traffic Violations Bureau of the state, DMV, to now ours, the numbers would have been up because we had that influx of tickets. And so now we'll have a clear basis of what we should be looking for. And it varies on what the state troopers are giving out on the highway, what the city police are doing in the city. And so that varies.
Yep, makes sense.
I'll just jump in real quick, and then I'll let Sherry add anything. But the 5524 for 17-18 represents the number that happened after we opened. So we opened in May of that year, right?
All right.
And the estimated is lower, partly because more tickets are actually returnable to city court than our agency, more than we expected initially. But with that being said, revenue is actually surpassing expectations at this point.
Great.
Sherry, you want to add anything?
Yeah, and Sherry, maybe you can talk a little bit about, because I'm glad the mayor mentioned this was a very significant change in terms of bringing this back to the city to make sure that we're getting our residents are getting the same thing that suburban counterparts happen. How's that been going overall in terms of having the having this office now within the city of Rochester too. Maybe you can comment on that too.
It's very, very favorable. The majority of the people do take the reduced plea offers,
Wow. Okay.
and so that goal has been exceeded. There are certainly are still people who want to go to trial, and we have that, but the vast majority do receive and accept the reduced plea offers.
Thank you. Yep. Go ahead, Commissioner Gruber.
Yeah, I think this was a huge addition to the city. I think it's something that really stands out, and it's actually something that we're trying to do in some ways with things around housing, which I'm sure we'll talk about in NBD, just trying to take some matters into our own hands locally and give constituents and residents an opportunity to have a local ear on some of these things. So I'm thrilled it's working. I'm thrilled to hear Chris's report that revenue is actually exceeding what our expectations were. At the same time, on 535, two of the major changes are a reduction in overtime decreases, which is great, and a net reduction in services based on projected needs. So both of those things, you know, it's obviously a good thing for us to be matching what the actual supply of workforce is with the need. But I am wondering, despite all the other stuff, did we budget and forecast higher in 18-19 because that need is there and we're not reaching folks? Are there still a lot of people who don't know about this service, who don't know that they could actually come plea down over where you guys are? Or is it just that there's the sense that there's less tickets being issued?
Where are you at?
535, we're just seeing that we're, the major changes in terms of staffing are that we're budgeting less time to work on this stuff than we had expected, which I assume is a direct correlation to budgeting more than we thought was going to happen in 18-19. I'm just wondering if that delta is because people don't know about the service, or if it's because we're actually just seeing less tickets being issued.
So I think that it is that everyone that gets a ticket in the city, they are provided something by mail that they need to pay. Some of the tickets, as Chris indicated, goes to city court automatically. Some comes to TVA. Many people actually plead guilty by mail. They're provided an offer by mail, and they plead guilty, and then they send that in. And so you don't need as much staff time because they're pleading guilty by mail. Those individuals that come in and our staff talk to them, and also our hearing officer talks to them. Many people plead guilty right then and there, because if they go before the hearing officer, then the deal or the plea is less likely they won't get that. And so people will plead guilty at the window. And so you have different steps that reduces the amount of staff time that's needed, because people are accepting the plea offers that were given and paying those fines. So our focus is going to be on just following up on those individuals, because they get a certain amount of time to actually pay. And so we don't need as much time on that we originally thought that we would need, because of people pleading guilty up front and taking those plea deals.
So these changes are essentially, this is a reflection of us working out some kinks after year one, figuring out what the right staffing pattern is, and probably what the demand was last year is what the demand is going to be moving forward. Like we kind of know what it is at this point.
Correct.
Thanks.
One of the other things I saw too that I'm very excited about, two questions, and then I'll go back to my other colleagues. One of the things I saw that I was also very excited about was the tracking of the NWB workforce utilization from paper to online. Can you talk a little bit about that and the evolution of that, and how you're doing that? I mean, the city has an aggressive goal around MWB that I think should be applauded. How do you anticipate that working, and how did it come about? Talk a little bit about that.
So I'll answer a little bit and then turn it over to Constance Mitchell Jefferson. But wanted to thank council for last year allowing us to increase and align our MWBE goals with the state. And that has significantly allowed us to not only track, but to help MWBE businesses. There are some other changes that we anticipate that we may need to make just to allow for more MWBE businesses to be able to bid on certain projects that we'll be coming to you with in the near future. But I believe that, you know, Charlie Zedek, I don't know, did he retire yet? Okay, so Friday was his last day.
Oh, wow.
So, you know, I think that Constance and Charlie, when he was here, did a phenomenal job of not only getting us online, but one of the things that we constantly heard from our MWBE subcontractors was that once the city paid them, that it took them 90 days or more to get paid from the contractor, the prime contractor, and that put them at a significant risk. And so getting this system online and allowing for people to be able to see when the city's paid, when they should be paid, and all of that is something that gives our small businesses what they need in order to budget correctly. And so, Constance, I will turn it over to you at this point in time.
Thank you. The new tracking processes through LCP Tracker and B2G Now that we are utilizing to measure our successes in MWBE and to also make sure that MWBE subcontractors are getting paid has been quite successful. We right now, with the new contracts that we're putting into the system, are finding that it's getting easier for people to do the process. We're doing training consistently. Almost every couple weeks, we have a new group of companies that are coming in and receiving training on the systems. So as we are bidding contracts out, we're trying to be as proactive as possible to get people trained so that once the contract starts, it's seamless. They can go ahead on and do that. The MWBE tracking has been quite successful for us, and also with the workforce. We're now able to track workforce through LCP Tracker, which is a lot easier than having to do it manually.
Right. Thank you, excellent.
Can I
That's
ask one
exciting.
follow-up on that?
One quick follow-up, Councilman Gruber?
I just saw on 530, there's a $27,000 expense for the software. Is that expected to be an annual expense?
Yes, LCP Tracker and B2G Now are renewable annually, and so there will be a cost every year.
Is that going to be flat at 27,000 unless there's drastic changes one way or the other?
If we do any upgrades or anything, that could go up slightly, but it's supposed to be a fixed amount, yes.
Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Clifford, then Spall, and then Ortiz.
Great, thank you. Just a follow-up, I guess, on, well, traffic violations, but also parking violations. I know one of the reasons we wanted to do this, and makes perfect sense, is obviously to give our citizens the ability to plead down and ultimately, you know, hopefully not rack up the debt that they may have in the past. But I guess my question is, when we're talking about the judgments that have to go to folks who haven't paid their tickets, can we get some sense, not today obviously, but some sense of how many judgments we're filing against motorists, whether they are for parking or moving violations, maybe over the past 3 years? What that's looking like trend-wise?
Sure, we can
Thank
get
you.
you that.
Secondly, can we just have the annual reminder of how we look at our parking rates? And Chris, I know we talked a little bit about this in our session ahead of time, but when we're looking at our garage rates, how we determine sort of annually where we want to be, and I know where we are now, but sort of for future reference.
We are actually on a 5-year plan, and I believe that we're in year 3 of that 5-year rate adjustment plan to try to bring all the garages on par and make sure that we are charging rates equally across the board. Laura, did you want to add anything to that?
As the mayor said, we're following a plan, and we're trying to keep in line or less than what competitors in the areas are charging, and we've managed to do that. We're also trying to keep up with the annual increases in our expenses and capital needs to keep the garages in good repair.
Right, great. So that 5-year plan is probably available, and I have just missed it somewhere, but is that something that we share with our parking community, or should we?
It's public information,
Yeah.
and I think that we can get it to you. When we started up along this process of adopting the 5-year plan, we shared it then, so we can share it with you again.
Yeah, that would be great. And finally, we had a little discussion with the IT folks about the Baltimore situation and the impact that hacking had on their operations and for the residents who now have to return to paper backup, essentially. How does finance feel about your ability to deal with a situation like a major hack if our systems go down? Have you thought about what that might look like?
Actually, we have, and we've been meeting about this, on what we would do if our system is totally down. We would go back to old school, pen and paper, until we work it out. Yeah,
So there's something in place should
Correct.
that, let's
Correct.
hope that does not happen.
that's right,
but, yeah.
right.
Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Spall and then Ortiz.
Well, thank you. Good morning, Councilmember Patterson, and I thank you for the light. He was having a hard time seeing. I was fine, even though I'm decades older than he is. But we are grateful, aren't we, Mike? He can see now. I had to read to him last week. You didn't realize that I was, no, that's not true. It was,
Exactly.
okay. Thank you to the person with a really tall ladder then, because it's on. We didn't know where the bulbs were. Mike and I would, BJ did it? Condi did it, thank you. Anyway, good morning. I'm sorry I had a meeting earlier. I missed you guys earlier. But I want to ask you about the new parking access revenue control system. Wow. So I'm just trying to figure out, big picture, one of the things that we're seeing, I think, is the continuation of some good customer service. For example, think about South Avenue. When you have a big event going on, you've got a prepaid system and then some access, and for the monthly people, but you'll almost always have a couple of wonderful folks there as well. So from a revenue expense, big picture, so we're putting a lot of money into a new system, but we still have some costs, a cost of the system. At the end of the day, do we have a good sense of revenue versus expense on all these new systems that we're putting in? And then what happens with the staffing that is often still there as well? I'm not sure who would have that. I'm looking at everybody at once.
So I'll have Laura start. I'll start, and then I'll pass it to Laura and Chris. And so, for the ability to provide great customer service to our constituents that are using the parking garages, the revenue control systems is definitely needed. But there have been some hiccups, as I'm sure that you know, with technology that happens. And our IT as well as our parking team have been working, very closely and expeditiously and holding off on some, putting new garages online until we get those kinks worked out. And so I think that we're in a better place than we were, but this is all to provide better customer service to our citizens that are utilizing our parking garages monthly as well as on a daily basis. And so Laura can talk a little bit about the system, and Chris can talk about the balance of the cost versus what we're putting out into the system.
Great, thank you. Then I have a follow-up too, but go ahead, Laura. Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. The new systems that we've put in place have provided a number of conveniences, modern conveniences to their customers that just didn't exist 5 years ago. In the past, customers were expected to hand deliver or mail a check, and that was the only form of payment accepted for monthly parking. Now customers have the ability to register themselves online rather than coming in and filling out a piece of paper. They can manage their own account online. They can pay with a credit card online or a debit card. They can also set it up to automatically pay every month so that it's a non-issue for them until their credit card expires and they have to update that information. So those conveniences have proven to be very popular with our customers.
So one of the things I've been thinking a lot about is the need and your goals to standardize all of our parking garages, but they're not all the same. And that's one, so Crossroads, which I try never to go in, because you know my driving, and they're difficult down there. Yeah, she's saying yes, she's driven with me. The mayor's driven with me. But South Avenue is really not, yes, it has an enormous number of monthly folks because we sell those spots 3 times over, right? Monthlies and then lunches and then evening. But the customer service in the evening and what you need is quite different in South Ave than you need in Crossroads. And I would say even in Mortimer. I don't know Mortimer as well. So, and East End as well. East End has major stakeholders who use that garage. Those folks are, you know, big blocks of people. So I'm just wondering, I know we want to standardize them, but it's really, they're not standardized in their utilization. So how do we get around that?
So having the ability to actually utilize technology to our advantage is one thing, and being able to provide for people that may run into some challenges when utilizing that technology, a person for them to talk to, we have both.
Okay.
And so if there is a challenge that comes up, then our parking people are available to assist people. Are you talking about being on site all the time? We don't necessarily have people on site all the time, but we do have an ability for them to communicate with our parking folks during that time.
Is a parking office, is there one in the South Avenue garage? I think there is. I think that's where, right?
There is.
Or
There-
near Stone Street, is that sort of the same thing? So
There-
you're sort of there, and that's good, because those are the ones, South Avenue in particular, that's used for big events and evening and weekends and lunches. So I just don't, we are never going to get away from some customer service, is what I'm saying. So we still have that expense, even as you automate. And I want to know, just maybe I'm looking at Chris now, in terms of revenue versus expense, do we just hope to break even? Or are we going to actually find ourselves making a bit of profit? We make a little profit on East End, but are the other ones, well, I know that the convention center also pays us for South Avenue a bit. They monitor it for us. So as you look at the expense versus revenue, what are we seeing for our parking garages?
So, you know, it varies by garage, and I can kind of give you a breakdown of what's,
Okay.
you know, more profitable than others.
Right.
You know, capital, right, creates challenges, as we've talked about, and by far, the biggest capital challenge is, you know, South Ave, Stone Street, right?
Right.
That needs most of the work.
Right.
And so a lot of the, you know, profit, if you will, from some of the other garages go to support, right, the parking fund and some of those capital improvements there. But all that being said, you know, you'll see, you know, that there's still property tax support that, you know, the general fund gives to the parking fund, right? So the parking fund at this point, right, is not self-sufficient.
Right, okay. Thank you.
I'd like to add, ma'am, that
Yeah, hi.
we will always have a person in a garage to provide assistance, and we do that now. And during events, when we expect larger crowds, we put more staff in the facility to assist the larger crowds.
And do we, I don't know if we do have, I don't spend much time anywhere but South Avenue and East End. Some cities have, you know, there's 5 spots left on the 3rd floor and 6 spots left. Are we moving in that direction? Or do we have that? I should know that.
Yeah, that would require adding some type of a mechanism to each space
Yeah,
to
okay.
alert you to what space
What
is
space is
available.
open, okay.
And there is an expense associated
Yeah.
with that. So right now, what we do is have the personnel on hand physically walk the garage and
Yes.
count the available spaces. And when we reach a certain threshold, we put the lot full sign out. We do leave spaces open for those monthly customers who've
Right.
been guaranteed space.
Right, yeah, good, thank you.
Sure.
Councilmember Ortiz.
I have a question regarding assessment. Got our letter saying that we're gearing up for I guess, our latest and greatest 4-year update coming next year, and was wondering what advances possibly we have made in being able to obtain accurate information? I know those letters go out, it gives you all the physical attributes of your property. It's requesting if there's something different or wrong that to please send us in, but I find perhaps maybe folks don't necessarily do that, and the information isn't always as accurate as it should be. Can you talk to us again, tell us a little bit about the process, the manual, the automatic process, exactly all that, how that all that comes together?
Okay, well, New York State law requires us to send out those inventory letters to get an accurate description of the property, physical features, condition. If there's any changes in the property, the owners, we request that they call. If they haven't had an inspection in several years or quite a few years, we like to go out and make those inspections. To view the property ourselves, the appraisers are out there inspecting sales and building permits, every day, every year, doing that. So we hope to have accurate information, but a lot of times people make changes to their homes without obtaining building permits and whatnot. As far as the valuation process, we've been doing the same thing that we've done for quite a few years with the SAS programming.
Okay, thank you. But I guess, because if I recall correctly, so there's photos also online, right?
Right.
And it says there's 2 photos, one from 95, one from 07. Are we due again for a new photo on there since it's over 10 years old?
With Google Maps and pictometry, I don't think that we need to spend the money to update our photos. That we can go right to the internet, to the mapping services.
So we just plan to leave the older photos on there?
Yeah, yes.
Okay. Again, I remember the presentation you had given said sometimes there's physical drive-bys or appointments or something of that nature just to kind of spot check properties. I don't know if that we still do that or not. And again, the reason I'm asking is because I've seen a few different letters, and some of the, again, attributes are totally different than what is there visually, right, even from the front of the property. So, and at the bottom of the letters, if I'm not mistaken, it says last inspected, like a physical, there's a date on the bottom
Correct.
of the letters, and a few of the letters that I've seen say the 80s on there.
Yeah,
so I'm just curious as to how do we select which ones we actually go physically look at, and how exactly does that work when that date seems very old?
That's the last interior inspection of the property, unless we've
Oh,
been out there-
interior.
Interior. But every 4 years, when we're doing the valuation, the appraisers will drive by every residential property. They go out with their books, and they will drive past every property.
So do we add additional folks to gear up to be able to do that every 4 years? Someone is driving down the streets to take a look at each of the houses?
Now, we do it with the existing staff. We will start within the next week or so, and they will go until probably mid-October.
Okay.
So there's 134 different valuation neighborhoods. Each appraiser has roughly 13 to 14,000 properties that they have to drive by, but we've been successful in the past doing
Okay.
it in-house.
Interesting. And there was a lot of talk last session that property values going up, that we're trending, in a positive direction here. Can you talk to us a little bit about how exactly, is it just based on the property sales, the new developments? How exactly do you kind of go through that whole process to really determine for us? Because some areas, perhaps, for example, when we had FIS, some areas went up and some areas went down, and even the ones we put significant investment didn't necessarily go up as high as we had hoped. So I'm just kind of curious, when we take a look at those type of trends, how forward we're looking in terms of the percentage increases for certain neighborhoods. How exactly does that work out for you?
Well, I do anticipate quite a few upward changes. Right now, preliminary data shows probably a 12 to 18% increase in assessed values. It varies. Some are higher, some are lower.
Okay. The thank you. A couple other questions that I had. For the BidNet process and the tracking for the businesses. I know that, Constance, thank you for the information you had provided previously, that we were hoping to, at some point in time, get on the same process for both purchasing and NBD contracts and processes for contractors and so forth. Have we made any progress at all in being able to standardize the particular work that they also do, and ensuring that they're going through the same guidelines and the same processes that the purchasing department does?
BidNet right now is being used for all public works contracts. It is not being used within NBD at the current time, to my knowledge. But I'm going to ask Roz Phillips if she, do you know?
There are some contracts that MBD uses that we do advertise on BidNet. Their hot water
Very few.
tank installation program, their HVAC furnace replacement program, for projects that go through purchasing and through the required bidding process. They are not using it yet for the projects that they bid out or they quote out that they're responsible for.
Right. Is there a time frame or timeline we're hoping to be able to, I mean, again, maybe the goal isn't to do it, but I would assume, because from our last conversations, that we were hoping to go in that direction to be able to standardize the way in which we get contractors, bid out the work, so on and so forth. Is there a time frame that we're hoping to be able to get everyone onto the same system and process?
Now, are you talking about the excuse me,
Not just the
NBD economic development contracts, or?
So the contracts that they do, so for the rehab and those type of things, so HVAC may be some of it, but emergency repair, the roofing, the windows, all the other programs that they have that touch the public. Do we have a time frame that we hope that they'll also be on the same system, not just from an MWBE standpoint, but just the process by which you go out to bid?
So part of that will be part of what we're looking at with land management and looking at the entire system and the way we do our processes when it comes down to neighborhood and business development. And so within the next couple months, we'll know, but it is our goal to have everyone be able to be on one system as it pertains to BidNet, and have another, as we're bidding different projects, whether that's DRIS, DES, purchasing. So it's a work in progress, and that's part of the whole overall IT changes that we're making with program management going into one department, so that we can literally focus on what we need to do, what we have, what's working in other departments. Can we expand it to other areas that would be low-hanging fruit and be something that we can do, seamlessly, where there are other complex issues like land management that's going to take us a longer time to be able to do. But it's something that we will be looking at in the near future and into the new fiscal year.
Okay. So is it still something that we ask vendors or contractors to do? The form that we had online that we asked them to put in their information and select their vendor codes, do we still ask that, or do we now ask folks to go directly to BidNet and sign themselves up that way?
We do have our vendor system, and we do have people go online and fill out a vendor requisition to become a vendor for the city of Rochester, where they will receive a vendor file number. And then we also have people that go directly to BidNet who are not in the vendor system.
Okay. Those who sign up through the form, do they get directed then to BidNet? Because there's a cost, right, annually or something of that nature?
BidNet does not have a cost unless you
okay.
choose to buy the upgraded membership, which allows you to go into the system and actually personalize it for yourself. If you are receiving a lot of bids and you want to put in keywords or whatever, BidNet will allow you to do that at a cost.
So do people get directed from the form to then sign up for BidNet in some way?
Those people are solicited once they're in our system, and we know who is in our system. They are solicited, but we also encourage everyone when they do the vendor system to keep in contact with the BidNet system on a weekly basis to see what is becoming available.
Okay, and how much is the cost for the upgrade?
I think it is, don't quote me, but I want to say it's around $79.95 a year.
And we can get you that exact number.
Yes,
Yeah,
we can get that
just
for you.
curious. Okay, great, thank you. And then my last question in general, and I know we had a long conversation about this, and that we will hopefully be pulling that group together. But I'm still looking forward, and I don't know if it's already started to form or not, but the internal working group to continue to assess options for ourselves for our tax lien process and additional revenue streams, collection process. So has there been any internal discussions yet, or?
Yes, there has been. There's been one small group that has met, and then we have a larger group meeting within the next couple of weeks, actually.
Great. Would like to ensure that we have some participation with that if possible.
sure, yeah.
And look forward to what brainstorming ideas we can come up with that. So I'll leave it at that because I know the work will commence.
Thank you. Councilmember Gruber.
I think I've learned in the last 18 months that parking is my least favorite subject to discuss, but here we are, and I'm going to talk about parking. No offense. It's actually not internally, it's externally. Everyone thinks we have a parking deficit, and I don't know that I agree with that. I think we do a really good job on parking in a lot of ways, and also I think that the mark of a good city is that people are looking for parking spots. In a way, to a degree. I do have a couple of questions, though, specifically the Cumberland Street lot. There's a $46,000, we're not renewing. It's eliminated as the city discontinues its use. Which lot is that, and why are we discontinuing its use?
I believe that's the lot that we sold. Is that?
That's the lot where the city and the state had a 50%
Oh,
shared
right.
interest in
Okay.
the property, and it was up by the trailways, parking. So,
Right.
Chris, you want to
We
try to
didn't sell it.
explain?
So we didn't sell that one. Chris, do you want to take this? or you
Sure.
want-
So the state bumped up our charge to use that lot, and our revenues were not coming close to meeting our expense. So we got out of it, basically. So we made the decision to get out of it, and that's effective, at end of this fiscal year.
So this is the actual Trailways and Greyhound bus lot.
Correct.
So we ceded control of that to the state because it was not cost neutral.
Correct. So we still have an interest in it, and we've asked the state, if they choose to sell it, we would want, to recoup our interest in that. But we are no longer engaging in the lease arrangements on those lots because we can't support the expense.
Got you. I mean, this is not where I think we need to go with this conversation, but Councilmember Ortiz and I were just at a rally. There is a concern about that lot because as long as we don't have local control over it, the state is allowing for Border Patrol to do, I think, some fairly aggressive and unnecessary searches of our buses. And so I guess this is just an example of where, even though the revenue may not be there, it's probably something that we actually want to maintain control of because it can be really harmful to our citizens and to tourism, frankly, in our community.
Councilman, I just talked to the governor's office, and I owe you and Councilmember Ortiz a more formal response to your letter, and I'm working on that right now.
All right,
so
thank you.
there's some progress.
Thanks. So back to my favorite subject of parking. In terms of the new parking meters, it's fantastic. I think of all the kerfuffle last year with parking, the big thing is that we don't want people to have to rely on having quarters and dimes in their pockets. We're past that. This is a great thing, but there's inevitably going to be some technical issues. If I'm a person who's parking and using one of these new meters for the first time and I'm having issues, how do I troubleshoot that?
Well, the meters that we're installing now will accept coins still. So if it's fallback, if you're not informed on how modern technology works, you can still drop coins into these meters. There's a slot added to these meters that allow you to pay with a credit card. And now there's a pay by phone option that will be available to customers. So the old fallback, the old standby is to drop some coins into the meter. And we also, for any meter on the street, if there's a problem or a malfunction, citizens call 311 to report that, and we check the login or the Verint system every day, and go tend to any reports of broken meters. But the new meters have backroom software. The old ones didn't have any of that. So we can log in every morning, our mechanics can log in and look to see if there are any coin jams or card issues.
How about now? There we go. I know when I'm microphoned. That's great to hear. My concern is I'm at a Red Wings game. I don't want to go out to feed the meter with a credit card. I'm expecting to be able to use my phone and an app, and I'm technologically fairly illiterate, which I am. This is a personal anecdote here. I'm concerned that I'm going to make an error and I'm going to get a ticket. I'm not going to know how to address that. And it's really not because I didn't want to pay or have the means to pay, but because it's going to be the first year of brand new technology, or we're going to have some issues. So I just hope that everyone's prepared for that to happen, and that we're figuring out the right mechanism to deal with that.
Absolutely.
And then my last question about parking generally is, I hear all the time, I mean, I meant what I said before, parking is one of my least favorite issues, because I think everybody thinks the sky is falling when it comes to parking all the time, and that there's a ton of stress in terms of parking limitations that maybe are not always real and sometimes manufactured. But where do we see the parking being the most stressed internally?
Well, currently, we have a surplus of inventory right now, and like you said, the perception is that there's a parking problem or a squeeze for parking, but it's really a matter of convenience. If somebody wants to park at the door to their building, they may have trouble finding a spot. They may have to find a spot a block or two away. So we have the availability. It would just mean having to walk to your office, your place of employment or home.
I have heard, though, with like High Falls, High Falls, I think right now, the last time I talked to the bid, High Falls is not completely at capacity right now in terms of the buildings there. There's some vacancies, but when they get to capacity, that we actually do have a deficit of total spots versus total number of office spaces filled. Are there other places besides High Falls where we just know we have a structural deficit in terms of parking available?
I think surrounding the South Avenue garage, that garage is always in demand, and it's because of its location and right in the center of the city, where a lot of people are congregated in terms of office space and buildings. So that is a tight garage there where people are always looking for spaces, and there is a wait list to get into that garage. But again, there are within 2 blocks other parking facilities that can accommodate people, and we have room for other vehicles. But like I said, it's a matter of having to walk a couple of blocks, and that people don't have an appetite for that.
Yeah, I guess the last thing, so knowing that there's a couple places where there's some stress, High Falls, South Ave being them, and understanding that part of it is we want people to be comfortable walking a couple blocks, but we also have a pretty brutal winter. Mm-hmm. Are there any strategies that we could be taking to address this?
This city has had a committee formed for a number of years now, I think going on 2 years. There's an acronym, it's the mobility. There's a mobility study program going on, and the committee consists of myself and members of the city's transportation specialists from the engineering department. The bus station folks are in there, community members, and some private consulting firms that the county hired to study bus routes, better shuttling systems, what options might be available, different stops, different schedules. How do we increase mobility and create opportunities for people to get into the city, get to work, get out of the city to get to work, wherever the jobs might be. So we're trying to focus on alternative methods rather than solely bringing your car to your job. There's got to be other forms of transportation, whether it be the electric scooters or bicycles, creating better, safer bicycle lanes, better bus routes, better schedules. So those are some of the things that this large group of people have been focusing on to help ease the situation with single occupancy vehicles.
And we also, that group applied for a downtown circulator route, electric bus route, through a grant, but we did not receive that grant last year. So still something that they're looking forward to trying to get, get funded, but we'll continue to work on that.
And if we had gotten it funded, would it have been administered by RTS or by us?
RGRTA, yes.
Right, sorry. That'd be a really exciting thing. So are there additional grants that we can look at to try to fund that long term?
We'll keep applying. My understanding is that they'll keep applying to try and, not just that grant, but others to try to get a downtown circulator.
Great, thanks.
Is the CAFR? I have a question about the CAFR. Are we still with Freed Maxick? We do 5 years. How long is the is it good for?
It's good for 5 years.
5
They just won the RFP again.
Oh, okay, great.
So yes, we're
And
still with them.
And we still do that jointly with the school district?
They still have them as
Okay.
well, that's correct.
And then my second one is, I wanted you guys to brag a little bit about, talk about how good our bond rating is, and maybe what types of things we're going to do to continue to make sure that we maintain the good bond rating that the city of Rochester has,
So we have.
and the benefits of us having that.
So we
that
have
bond.
maintained our AA rating, which is one of the highest ratings that you can get. We plan on continuing to be fiscally sound. It helps us to, with our interest rates. So when you have a good bond rating, you get good interest rates. It opens the doors for, capital
Right.
that you can use. So we'll continue to be sound. Work hard,
That's right, yeah.
work hard, and try to stay on top of things.
Well, we like that, and I think, I know it's something that we tout from time to time, but I think, particularly for our citizens to understand, what that gets us as a city, and how we're able to maintain those services. I mean, we can look around the country and see cities that don't have that, and the result that it has on services. So, when we present a budget like this, I think people say, oh, you can't do everything. Well, we can't, particularly if we want to continue to try to be fiscally responsible and maintain those bond ratings. There's a balance that we have to strike, and you all have been able to, through your management, have been able to do that, and I hope that that's something that we can continue to
Just to
maintain.
follow up and add to Roz's
Yep.
comments, I know there was a recent report by S&P that I hope you got a copy of, and I know Mitch is holding it up right there, yeah. It talked about some of the differences between Rochester and some of the other cities in New York, large cities in New York, and our performance, and talked about some of the management practices that we have, et cetera, that continue to provide good results for us. So we continue to put those practices in place.
And I mentioned before a lot of you came in about the change, on council, we're losing, and this could either be good for the mayor or it can be a pain in the butt for you. We're losing hundreds of years of experience over the last 2 years. I mean, my average, 2 years. Councilmember Ortiz and Councilmember President Scott will be the senior members. So I think when new people come in, I think that, I don't know if it's a training or whatever, I think it's going to be important for new people to understand those financial practices, why we do certain things that we do, why that bond rating is so important, because a lot of it has to do with spending and maintaining the internal controls. But I think for us new folks, we're going to need to be reminded of that, because 10 years from now, we want to make sure that the city still has that exact same rating.
We definitely agree, but I also think that we're excited about the fact that we have this bond rating and we're leading the state when it comes down to being fiscally responsible. But I also think that sometimes the state doesn't take us seriously when we talk about the fact that we have this structural deficit and we need money. And so we are continuing to try to balance our needs and our ask and requests from the state when it comes down to providing us with the resources and the support that we need. But they look at our bond rating, they look at our reserves, they look at all of that. And, whereas other cities are spending a lot of their reserves, they're not replenishing it. And when they come to the state and ask for dollars, they get it because of the fact that they really are, and we are financially stressed as well. from the comptroller's report, but it can, in many ways, when people talk about, well, why isn't Rochester getting the same support? And it is because of the management from not only Roz and her team, but Chris and his team, and that delicate balance that we manage. But we hear often from Albany that they've looked at those reports. They look at our bond rating. They looked at all that stuff, and they don't see us as being as fiscally challenged as other places.
Yeah, and I call that the success penalty. I mean, you're being penalized for
Penalized for
yeah,
success.
For success, and I think that something that we have to, particularly as it comes per capita in terms of the revenue that we could possibly be getting from the state. So, thank you. Councilmember Spall.
Thank you. I want to just go back to parking and a couple other quick things. So one of the things I'm going to ask RPD and probably NBD as well, the growth of both commercial and residential presence in places like South Avenue, Clinton, that whole area, whether it's the new Spectrum units or Tower 280 or the Metropolitan, has an increase in pedestrian traffic as well. So one of the things we're seeing is that a lot of folks don't want to park, let's say at St. Joe's or Midtown, because it's not as safe to cross Clinton. And this is a call in fact, I talked to Laurent, the chief, this morning about this. So a lot of it has to do with just feeling safe. We saw the same thing on University when 933 went in and Gleason grew. They're saying, we need to we want to park closer. We want to be able to be close, partly because our folks aren't safe. And with Clinton going 2 ways and construction everywhere, so that's one of the things we have to think about as well. So from a parking perspective, people want to park as close, partly because we're just sort of lazy by nature or always in a hurry. But if we're going to continue to encourage people to park further away, even if it's 2 blocks, then we may have to look at both an RPD and a safety presence, and whether it's those little guys that go into the crosswalks or more I don't know. Like they look like Gumby, sort of, those things. I think they get run over, so I'm not sure they're so good. But I think we do have to work together between parking and NBD and RPD to say, what, if we're going to encourage that, then we're going to have to also take some action around safety. So I just want to put that out there. I'm sure you guys are as concerned or more concerned about safety than anybody. But this is a new trend. It's a good thing. Lots of people walking around, going to food trucks. But that area on Clinton, we've had very close calls a number of times in the last month or so.
We will have our complete streets team. I know that that's something that they're constantly looking at, is how to make sure that pedestrians that are walking, riding a bike, and possibly utilizing scooters are safe.
Right.
And so but I also think that that's something that we're looking at as it pertains to the bid conversation for downtown, and working with other downtown businesses around that Rock the River Way, and so that will be part of the discussion as well.
Good. Well, thank you. And I copied in the commissioner and Eric Frisch, but our RPD as well. So it's a kind of thing that is across your departments. It's not really one person's concern, but it ends up being just and having complete streets folks take that on is best, because they're seeing the whole picture. So thank you. I just wanted to include that.
Okay, thanks. Councilmember Harris?
Thank you. This question may have been already asked, but I missed a good portion of the hearing, so I just wanted to ask. I was looking in here on page 524. You have installed new single-space parking meters that accept credit cards and offer pay by phone, and I was just wondering if those installations, are they replacing the coin-activated, the older coin-activated parking meters? And can I ask how many?
They are allowing for there to be more options, so they will accept coins, and our hope is to eventually replace all of the old coin meters with the newer meters that will allow not only coins, but credit card as well as pay-by-phone options. And so it's about giving our citizens the ability to park and stay in a restaurant longer without worrying about getting a ticket because they can pay by phone. Or they can put in additional time through their credit card.
Okay, thank you. And follow up, actually, another parking-related question is the boots. The boots versus being towed, what is the process? How do you get to, what is the process where a person can be booted versus towed? Can someone explain that to me?
So you have to have, I believe, at least be delinquent in 3 particular areas before you can get booted.
Okay.
And then they give you 48 hours or 24 hours to pay that. If you pay it within 24 hours, you will get a code to remove the boot, and then you are to return it to the Parking Violations Bureau. If you do not remove the boot within that time frame, then the car will be towed, and then you'll have to pay the towing fee as well as the booting fee.
Okay, thank you. And the company that is a third-party vendor that we have, is that the vendor that we've been dealing with?
Correct. They scan licenses.
Okay.
So we send them a list of license plates that are in violation, and they scan licenses, and they actually boot.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Before I go to Councilmember Clifford and then Gruber.
Oh, thank you. I just wanted to refine my request about the judgments that we file or that are filed. Could we see that city residents versus non-city residents, and also by program, so parking, booting, and moving violations? Thank you.
Councilmember Gruber.
One quick question, and then maybe a hopefully quick philosophical question at the end. On 529, there's a pretty significant increase in construction contracts awarded year over year, 17-18, the estimated 18-19 to budget 19-20. I see commensurate with that, there's really significant increases in MWBE, which is fantastic. But I'm wondering what's leading to this pretty significant jump?
Rock the Riverway?
That's all encapsulated in Rock the Riverway stuff.
Not just Rock the Riverway, but a lot of it has to do with Rock the Riverway. We also have a number of road construction projects that we have going on that's being started, as well as some housing programs. So you have a number of different contracts that are happening in the city, from Rock the Riverway to road to housing.
It's an exciting time. My last question is, I think that we unfortunately have a guy in Washington who's doing everything in his power to put us into a recession. Obviously, if at 515, we can see that we're doing, even our average investment rates continue to increase, and we're obviously doing a really good job from a finance perspective in making our money work for us. How do we approach knowing that the economy is a little bit fragile right now? What kind of things do you all consider in your office to deal with that?
Kim?
So, when we invest our money, our strategy is short-term. We don't go out long-term because of, our financial needs as far as disbursements. So basically what we do is we try to match the federal funds rate. We look at, investing short-term to secure a rate that's equivalent to or in excess of the Fed funds rate. So we're not looking at, long-term investment strategies within, our municipality. We look at, going out short, and that's kind of what our investment strategy entails.
Thank you.
We just, we can't control what happens in Washington. We can only react to it.
I wish we could. We can't. Okay, thank you very much, Director Harris and team. And we will start the library hearing in about 2 minutes. the hearing for the library, one of my favorite places. So we have Director Utero here. I'll ask you to anything you may want to say, but also introduce your team on the folks that you brought with you.
Be happy to. Thank you for having us today. I have with me to my right Bree Harrison, who is the Finance Director for Rochester Public Library and Monroe County Library System. To her right is Anna Suro, who is our Personnel Analyst. And behind me, directly behind me, is Dr. Tali Reeves, who is the Assistant Director for the branch libraries.
Thank you. Can you talk to me a little bit about two quick questions, then I'll go to my colleagues and then I'll come back. County funding, are they increasing funding to the library? What's going on with county funding as it relates?
We have asked the county for an increase this year to basically just keep us maintenance of effort, and they have given us every indication that they will support that. It's a small amount of money. It's about $105,000. We are working on a request for some additional funding to go with that county budget in the fall that would support some additional work at the Central Library.
Great. And then there's this question around door count, folks that are coming through the door versus circulation. Can you explain that? Is it a one-to-one comparison? What's happening with that? How should we read those numbers?
Circulation is strictly the number of materials that are borrowed from the library, and that number is pulled out of our integrated library system software. So that's completely data-driven through a system that is used throughout Monroe County. Door count is a count of the number of people who come in and out of the library. And we collect those numbers using a variety of hardware and software, not always 100% accurate. Sometimes a counter can miss people. If there's a bunch of kids coming in at once, it might count that as 1 or 2 instead of 5. So door counters are not necessarily the most accurate thing. There's been some improvement in the field. The Hamlin Library, for example, uses a door counter that counts heartbeats.
Okay.
So it's
Wow.
a little bit more accurate. The difference between the two, and I've talked about this with this council before, we're seeing a fairly flat usage of library materials. Where we're seeing an increase in materials or an increase in reading and borrowing is in e-content, is in digital content. Borrowing through our Hoopla product, which is streaming audio, video, books and music, as well as the Overdrive product, which is ebooks and audiobooks, is increasing significantly year over year. We're in the middle right now of a fairly detailed look at how our collections are being used. We're using a product called Collection HQ, which is an industry standard product for examining who uses our collection, where things are used, how things are used, and is helping us get a better idea of what, for example, people in the Maplewood neighborhood are borrowing versus people in the Monroe neighborhood, and allowing us to rebalance our collections that way. As the initial results of the study that's going on with our collections is resulting in us shifting some additional funding from physical materials to digital materials in the coming year.
Thank you. Councilmember Patterson?
Okay, so time for my yearly praise and harangue. So we'll start with the praise. Lincoln Branch Library is wonderful. Your staff is incredible. They are hardworking. They are capable. Last summer, I had a chance to observe your toy library in full action with the librarians participating and engaging with a bunch of kids who were playing like they got a check at the end of the week. So that, if you haven't been to the toy library, go this summer. It is an amazing thing to behold when that room is full of kids. It is just phenomenal. So thank you for the wonderful work you guys are doing. So my harangue, my problem, my issue. I only have one library in the Northeast. I have the poorest district in the city of Rochester. it is a matter of educational and economic injustice that we only have one branch library. So it is my hope that you are continuing to work on trying to find and create another branch for the Northeast District. But at the same time, Joseph Avenue is really starting to become more or less this educational hub, educational corridor. Miss Maggie has her summer programming that she's running. Patty Blanding's running a summer program. The theater runs summer programming. Between the toy library and all the daycares, you've got a ton of kids coming in and out of this branch. Can you just talk a little bit about what some of the future plans are relative to what you have going on in the neighborhood now?
Absolutely. Last year, we engaged a company called Hester Street from Brooklyn to do a facilities and operations review of all of the branch libraries. And we are planning to implement one of their recommendations in the coming budget year, which is a redesign of the interior of the Lincoln branch. Their estimation, after talking with community members and staff, was that the library is in the right place where it is, and it's in a building that is in fairly good condition, but the interior of it needs to be redesigned to better incorporate the toy library into the daily operations of the library, which would make it open whenever the library is open. Right now, the toy library is open fewer hours than the regular part of the library. We want to change that. We have some money in the proposed capital budget right now that would allow us to bring in an architect to work with us on envisioning what that space can look like. One of the priorities is merging the toy library into the children's space, so there's only one space. We have a new children's services librarian and at the site now. We were unfortunate to lose Rosa Diaz last year to the city school district, but that's okay. She's taking her magic there. We were able to hire a young woman named Jasmine Santiago, who was working for the police department as a clerk and had come to me to ask for information about becoming a librarian. And shortly after that, Rosa resigned, and we were not able to actually fill that position as a bilingual librarian, which was how it had been classified. We advertised throughout New York State and into adjoining states, and were not able to find a Spanish-speaking librarian. So we decided to change the title to a library assistant and brought Jasmine in. So she's learning on the job and is looking at going to library school to get her library degree. She has some experience in the neighborhood. She previously worked at Ibero, worked with kids there, and also at one of the schools in the neighborhood. So we have a bilingual children's person who we expect will stay with us for a while. We have an experienced early childhood educator in the toy library, and we believe putting the two of them together to oversee one single site that's open whenever the library is open is the best thing for the kids and families in that neighborhood. We're also looking within this reorganization and renovation of the library to further develop a computer learning center for adults. We are about 6 months away from opening a new technology center at the Central Library that will include training staff who will be able to go out into the branch libraries and the town libraries in the county to provide basic training on computers, which is still quite in demand.
Just another question issue regarding the Lincoln Branch Library is parking. Because it is a busy library, the main lot and the lot across the street are often full, bustling to capacity, people parking illegally. I guess, have you thought about making a recommendation requesting more parking across the street?
We have thought about it. I have not made that request yet, although I expect we could potentially roll it up into the interior renovations. Bree, I don't know if you want to comment on that. Do you have anything to add?
The only thing I would add is that we have talked with real estate to make sure we are aware of vacant property or lots that are available. So Paul Scuderi is aware of the need for parking at Lincoln, and he is also aware of this project. So I anticipate we would work closely with real estate and MBD as we start to develop the design for this project.
Thank you.
Quick question. First off, kudos on the, I don't know if my colleagues know, the co-location of the Empire Justice Center's cash program in the library. I mean, what an innovative and creative way to use library space, central, it's access, and we know that program puts money into
Yes, it does.
the pockets of people who need it the most. So that's great. So if you wanted to comment on that a little bit. And then my second piece is if you can talk about that communication plan that you're working on with recreation in the libraries to kind of do more things. So
Sure.
those two things.
First of all, I'll give you some numbers on the cash program. And I will also give credit to Bree Harrison for making the contact with cash and bringing them into the library. She met somebody at a conference.
Wow.
And he came right over to the library, said, it's a perfect space, when can we move in? The program itself brought hundreds of people every day into the library. If you happen to drive past the Central Library before 9 o'clock, Monday through Saturday, you would have seen a line either outside or all the way into the garage many days. The initial results that we have from cash list 7,474 families who filed tax returns through the program, $8.8 million in total tax refunds coming back into the community, $3.9 million in total EITC benefits to working families, $1.8 million in tax preparation fees saved for families, and $6,400 saved from refunds, with 7,936 volunteer hours on the program. It was generally a non-event for our library staff. Our security staff and rest of the staff in the first floor really stepped up, including Anna Suro, who spent a significant amount of time working with people as they waited in line. There was some anxiety around filing taxes and am I going to get seen today? And we were able to deal with that very easily. We're very happy to bring them in as a permanent tenant.
Excellent.
So, and the communications plan around our youth services work is actually an idea from the mayor, as we have talked with Commissioner Lyman Torres over the last year, and the mayor has told us that when she's out in the schools talking to kids, she'll ask, and a lot of kids won't know what's happening at the Central Library and Imagine You and in the recreation centers. We'll be working together with communications to develop some marketing materials that, for example, the mayor could take with her to hand out, that we can distribute into the schools and other places that kids gather to make them aware of what is happening in the Imagine You Center at Central. Right now, it's primarily a word of mouth event. And, you know, we do see a significant number of kids, typically around 400 a month, who come in to use the equipment. And there's a variety of needs. We have a small group of, I want to say about 12 artists who have written and recorded music in the studio and are getting ready to release a CD. With that, we have a green screen room where photography students and kids who are recording podcasts or other types of film will come in and use that. We have a group of kids from McQuaid who come in to do a podcast every month. We have another group of young men from Gamers World who come in and do a podcast where they just sit and talk about games and, you know, what's coming out, how to play, and so on. One of the rooms that's available has also been sort of taken over as a dance room. It's not a dance studio by any means, but it's a room where particularly young men come in to practice dance steps and to create with each other, and they film. It's really interesting to see what's happening there. So we're very eager to work with the Recreation Department and the Communications Department to put all of this together into some kind of a marketing package.
I think it's going to be great. I think the problem is that once everybody realizes how great it is, you may be, you may have. That's amazing. I mean, the fact that you can record music, a podcast. I mean, it shows that the library is on the cutting edge, and it's no longer a place where everyone's going, shh, don't touch I mean, it's really innovative and something I think we should celebrate.
Dr. Reeves came to us with a background in community college work and is now working with Josh Pettinger from Wicked Squid Studio to determine if it's feasible for Imagine You to issue certificates in music production that would then be acceptable to REOC, MCC, or FLCC.
Wow.
If you'd like additional information about that, Dr. Reeves can provide that.
Great. Commissioner Gruber.
Thank you. Yes, I'll just echo, I was in the Central Library a couple weeks ago, and there's a lot of talent in our city, and it's wonderful to give them a space to be able to express it, and I could see it firsthand there. When the CD comes out, it'd be nice for Salt to get a copy.
Will do.
And also on the door count thing, it sounds to me like the door counts at the very least, the door counts, if they're off, are low, they're conservative. And when you look through this, it seems like we saw increased door counts from 17-18 to 18-19 in almost all. There's a couple that had some decreases, and most of those, in fact, I think, Maplewood strikes me as the biggest one with about a 20,000 person reduction in door counts. It sounds like we're trying to take some of that into our own hands in terms of staffing. So I'm wondering if you could talk about the staffing structure and the changes that are happening, and generally speaking, is there a shift from part-time to full-time across the library system, or is it specific to certain branches?
Sure. For Maplewood, I'll address that first. One of the things that we're seeing there is driven specifically by the reduction in the number of immigrants and refugees coming into the city. Maplewood has been the hub of that activity for the last few years, and the number of new families and new individuals arriving to Rochester is significantly diminished. And Maplewood have been the hub for education for that demographic. As for door count and staffing, what we find is that where we have full-time staff, we have more circulation, we have more programs, we have higher door count. We are starting to shift staff back to full-time, away from part-time. In 2008, 2009, we started to reduce full-time staff, particularly in the branches, but also at Central. And we found that that has not worked well for us in terms of being able to offer the same quality and numbers of programs. That actually was one of the findings from the Hester Street study, that staff is what is most important to the people in the community. They were, in fact, referred to as gifts of gold by more than one community member who was interviewed for that study. So we are, with best intentions, shifting more towards full-time staff. Last year, we added full-time children's librarians at our Net, Wheatley, and the Douglas branch, and we saw a 35% increase in programs and program attendance last year, which I feel comfortable attributing directly to the new full-time staff. Mayor? This year, we're proposing 2 additional full-time conversion of part-time to full-time, one at Maplewood and one at Lincoln.
I just want to note what in the budget book on 1113, it's actually up as it pertains to attendees at Maplewood. So we budgeted for 200,000. However, the estimated number of attendance is 175,000. In 2016, it was 161,000. And so this year, we're budgeting for 180. So it's not that we've lost people. We have we've actually increased the door count. It's just not at the amount that we budgeted for last year. So that's where you see that difference at. But it's up year over year.
I see 17. I mean, it's a semantic argument. I think the bottom line is that the door counts look great across the board, and I understand there's always going to be some challenges on making these estimates. So that's helpful to understand. There is a connection between making full-time staff and getting better programming, which probably means getting more people in the doors. And so we're doing that this year with Maplewood and Lincoln, because that's what's been identified as the biggest need. And if that trend continues to be true, Is the expectation that next year there'll be a couple other libraries where this happens at?
That would be my intention, yes.
Wonderful. My last question is, it looks like our RCSD has cut some funding to us.
Actually, that has been reversed.
Okay.
We got the news that the funding had been restored, I believe, the same day the budget book was being printed.
So,
Great.
so we will come to council probably in the July meeting to amend the budget to reflect that additional funding.
Okay, wonderful. Well, since that question was answered, then if you don't mind, Council, I'll just add one more. Sorry, he doesn't want me to, but I'm going to. So I had a conversation with some of the museums talking about what do you call the program where people can get into the museums, a free pass? What's that called?
VIP passes.
The VIP passes. And a lot of the museums, I was talking to them, I'm very interested. A lot of them have started to allow for people to get in free if they have SNAP benefits, which I think is wonderful, or reduced price is the case in Strong. But they actually commented to me that VIP pass system they are very unhappy with, at no fault to the library, but actually their comment was that most of the folks who are using it are people who probably it's not actually intended for. It's people from the suburbs, people with means who actually that's not who we developed the program for. Have you heard the same things, and what is the conversation with museums about potentially shuffling the deck on that a little bit?
I have not heard that from the museums, but I will tell you that we were approached about a month ago by the Community Foundation, which is interested in potentially funding a portion or all of that program, which would affect some changes to how it works. Right now, each museum is allowed to determine what the discount or the give would be. In some cases, it's a buy one, get one free. In others, it's adults get in with, have to pay and kids get in free with them. Or it's a percentage discount on the overall fee for whatever it would be to get into the museum for whoever has the pass at that time. Community Foundation would like to make it sort of a one-size-fits-all. So, for example, we've talked about 2 adults and up to 6 children getting into a museum at no cost. Whether the people who are using the passes need to is not a determination that the library will ever make. I will never determine, and I don't think any librarian would determine who or how somebody needs something from the library. There are poor people all over Monroe County. There are middle-class families who struggle to take their children to Genesee Country Village or to the Museum and Science Center. I don't think it's up to us, and I don't think it's up to the museums to determine whether somebody needs to use a pass.
I don't disagree. I mean, we've spoken about, obviously, my day job at FoodLink. All the time, a couple of our programs, people ask us if we income qualify folks. I would never do that. I agree with you philosophically and fundamentally there. But I will say that there is a reason why Massachusetts, Pennsylvania, and California have done these programs where there's a link between SNAP benefits and getting access to museums, because it's a way of, first of all, trying to destigmatize the SNAP, the EBT card, and make it something that people are not ashamed of, but actually it has ancillary benefits. And also, it is a way to ensure that if we have a limited pie in terms of how many free passes we can give to people from museums, we do want that limited pie to go to the folks that need it the most. So I've spoken to the Community Foundation about this too. This has been something that's really near and dear to my heart, and I'll continue to have those conversations with them. But I would love a way without income qualifying, without demeaning people, with allowing everyone to maintain their dignity. I would love to make sure that if we're gonna spend any dollars on this, whether it's public or private, let's be sure that the folks who we really want to drive to the museums, who otherwise are not going, which I think is the key here, let's be sure that we can do the best we can to make sure the benefits are one of those folks.
I think that we agree with you on that. And I think that some of it has to do with advertising. Right now, we have a number of kids. The deputy mayor and I believe that the Commissioner Dries as well as the library director have been talking about the fact that those that are on social services can receive free camp for the summer. And the number of children that are actually utilizing that has significantly decreased over the years. But there has been no real push to get kids registered for camp where social services actually pay for it. And so I think that a lot of this has to do with what are we marketing? Are we telling people about it? How are we marketing to them? And how do we expect for them to know? And so I think that that's some of the work that we have to do. And we're trying to work with the Commissioner of Social Services right now to try and push for some kids to be signed up for those summer camps, because they can actually go to the Rochester Museum and Science Camp, which is very expensive, Strong Museum Camp, very expensive right now, but they're not utilizing it. And, you know, we need to figure out why that is. And most of it is because parents just don't know. The other part of it, I think, has to do with more camps being, free camps being available across the board through Horizons and some other places. But we still know that we're missing people and we need to get to them. And so we'll continue to work strategically with those partners, with social services, with the library and DRYS, to make sure we're getting the information out to parents so that they can sign the kids up and be a part of it.
That's great. I'd love to say, I think it would be great if council could be, I mean, this is about communication. We don't need to have this big, giant program. It's about having a campaign for people to know what benefits already exist. And I think that council, obviously, we have our constituents and people who look to us for information. So anyway, we can be involved. I think all of us care about getting people to our key cultural institutions.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Councilmember Clifford and then Ortiz.
Great, thank you. I know that Maplewood remains a challenge from a space and location perspective, and I know it was a focus of the Hester Street study as well. Just wondering if there's any status updates there on our future.
Maplewood is, after Lincoln, our next candidate for review. The Hester Street study identified Maplewood as the only library branch that was in need of a new building. And as you can imagine, a new building is not a small thing. So we'll be working with budget, with the mayor's office, with DES over the next year to determine where we go with that. We've done, over the last few years, we've done a number of site visits to potential locations in the neighborhood. We've heard loudly and clearly from the neighborhood that they think the library is in the best place that it could be right now. It's, you know, the space at that location is challenging.
Very, yeah, I think we might all have to do some educating around the fact that might not be able to be there, unfortunately. Yeah, so thanks.
Councilmember Ortiz.
You talked about that the thing that was on the rise was the use of digital content on there. How exactly do we track that? Because traditionally, you know, you apply for your library card and then that's kind of, how does all this, the door tracking, the fact that you know what things are being utilized, is that all go back to eventually the library card, or what does that mechanism look like for us and into the future?
The library card is the identifying number that ties back to our database that provides your name, your address, your zip code, your census tract, your birthday, and so forth. And that is used across all of the products that we use to allow you to borrow things. So it's used when you present it to borrow a physical item from the library. The number is keyed into your account online when you borrow something through Overdrive or Hoopla, and those companies track usage for us. It integrates with our patron database, so the Overdrive software can tell us by zip code how many materials were borrowed online, how many ebooks or e-audio books were borrowed through that product in any given period of time.
Great, so everything comes back to the card itself.
Yes.
And so have you seen an uptick in the number of cards actually being applied for, or?
The number of library cards that exist in the city and in the county fluctuates every year. At any given time, we have between 450 and 500,000 library card holders within Monroe County, and about, I want to say, 130 to 140 within the city. We do, as a system, purge unused accounts every 2 years. It doesn't mean that your library card is no good after that. It just means if you try and use it and your account is not found, we just create a new record with the same number. It allows us to keep the database fresh and not bloated.
Okay, yeah, well, that was actually going to be my next question. And how often do you, and you said every 2 years, but when you do that purge, have you ever done an analysis of the time frame that's elapsed from a person when they opened it versus the last time they've utilized it, to see when you do that purge, what the gap actually is from application to usage?
For an account to be eligible to be purged, it has to have been inactive for a minimum of 2 years.
Minimum 2 years. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Can I say something?
Yes.
I can't ask a question because I'm on the board, but it would really be a failure to give you guys the kind of kudos you need. So every project, whether it's Hester Street, whether it's the new public art, this staff, led by Patty and her team, is comprehensive, diligent, crosses every T's, is inclusive. I've been spending a lot of Monday nights at the library, Central Library, with a Stonewall exhibit. Tonight, by the way, is the celebration of, it's not a celebration, but an acknowledgement of Pulse tragedy 2 years ago. This is a library that's taking on social issues as well as literacy. So I can't ask a budget question, which is okay, but I wanted to say, and I know that the mayor knows this, this library system, when you have the Hester Street folks come and spend a lot of time with us looking at branches, they're impressed by what they see. That's not something you're all hearing. You should know that's true. When I think about the kind of community engagement we had, led by Bree and others, with the public art, and the kind of energy that was there, it's really a model for other libraries. And so I just want to thank you so much for your hard work, and for Mayor for your support.
Thank you, Councilmember Spall. I want to echo that because Patty and her team have done wonders with not only the Central Library, but also all the branches, and they're doing great work. And for it to be recognized, for them to be recognized and the work that they're doing to be recognized, we truly appreciate that because they go above and beyond the call of duty when it comes down to everything that they do.
Yeah, thanks.
Thank you. And thank you all. And we will adjourn for lunch, and then we'll return at 1:05, I'm sorry, for the Rochester Police Department. and budget. And is there anyone who would like to start? If not, I will start. Chief, one of the things that I'm concerned about is, as you know, there's been, when I was a young person growing up, there was the DARE program. There were programs that worked to really advise young people and get young people thinking about substance abuse, thinking about not getting involved with substance abuse. And I was having a conversation with someone this weekend. It seems like we got a lot of mixed messages going on in the country and also in New York State. So we know that there's a heroin epidemic. We got all these things going on, but then we're talking about legalizing marijuana within the state of New York. Within this budget, are there things that we could be doing in terms of engaging young people to talk to them about substance abuse, staying away from substance abuse, getting involved with substance abuse, all those things? We know that depending on who you talk to, whether or not DARE, which was a program back in the day, was effective or not. Do you have the resources, the tools to kind of get at this from a prevention perspective as opposed to an intervention perspective?
Well, as you know, DARE was one of the programs that inspired me to be a police officer growing up in the 5th grade. And it was I believe it was a federally funded program at the time, and I think there were some studies that were done to say that it was not as productive as some would say, particularly when crime began to rise. But certainly with the creation of the Community Affairs Bureau and some of our school resource officers, we hope to get into the classroom a lot more than what we have been, as well as using some of our crime prevention officers within the Community Affairs Bureau to hopefully maybe come up with some lessons plans for such. But any opportunity that we have to engage youth, that can certainly be one of the topics that we introduce.
Thank you. And then on that vein, as we talk with this this hodgepodge of marijuana legislation that's across the states, I mean, it's still not legal, and I tell young people all the time, oh, I can go smoke weed. Well, it's not legal from a federal standpoint, and I can tell you, I work in finance, you won't get a job if you have marijuana in your system, period. How are you dealing with that from a recruitment standpoint? I mean, is it long-term? Do you see that as an issue? If someone is might be a great upstanding citizen, but they decide that they're gonna engage if New York State decides to legalize recreational marijuana, how is that going to factor into your recruitment?
Well, as you know, it's something new. New York State has not legalized it yet. There are many studies that are out there, pros and cons about the legalization of marijuana. As you stated, it's still a federal crime to use marijuana. It's still against the federal law, and would be so under the Rochester Police Department's hiring practices as well.
Thank you. Yes, Councilwoman Harris.
Thank you. I was looking at the departmental highlights highlights the great news that you guys have 25 police recruits from the September 2019. And it just describes a little bit about the 10-month period of training that they're required to do. Can you explain to me more about what your recruitment efforts are for hiring this upcoming 2020?
Sure. What we have done, we have partnered with various entities within the community. As you know, the city just announced a major campaign blitz with regard to all 3 public safety entities hiring. So we have increased social media efforts as well. We plan to do something with city communications to talk about why wear the badge. I've seen it done in other cities, such as Baltimore, where officers do a 30-second segment as to why they wear the badge to get out in the media. We have been collaborating with the Monroe County Sheriff's Office and many partners within the county, law enforcement partners, to brainstorm ideas to how to increase our numbers. As you know, across the country, I always talk about perception versus reality, right? And is it because the economy is doing better, or is the perception that sometimes the media portrays? We hope to expand our opportunities in malls. We have worked with NOBLE, National Organization of Black Law Enforcement Executives, as well as LAPS, Latino Advancement for Public Safety. And we also have been working with the Rochester City School District to expand career introduction opportunities, such as the career pathways of public safety, as well as just also in the classroom. And one of the goals that I have this year is to come up with a continuous recruitment strategy. Just like any business, they have an actual document, a plan for continuous recruitment. We say we do continuous recruitment, but what exactly is that? And so that's one of my goals this year, is to come up with an actual strategy. And we've just been very aggressive with regard to the recruitment as well. And I think part of it is word of mouth. You know, our officers, we have 728 police officers in the Rochester Police Department, and each and every one of them should be a recruiter within our community.
Thank you. I'm very excited, looking forward to it. You guys already have the dates out for the upcoming classes? I mean, not classes, but the test.
Correct. September 14th is the exam, and the deadline is August 5th.
August 5th?
5th.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Clifford?
I see that one of the goals or activities is looking at your nonviolent crime investigations and trying to improve the effectiveness and efficiency there. Can you talk to us a little bit more about that?
Sure. Well, over the past 5 years, you know, RPD has realized continual success in increasing our homicide rate. You know, so I think 2018 calendar year was 88%. You know, such has been the direct result of commitment to increase positive engagement, community outreach, advancement in modern technology that also assist in crime scene management, and also enhancements with internal process with respect to the management of criminal investigations. So in the fiscal year 1920, RPD will continue to build on the model success that we've seen in the Major Crimes Unit, focusing on non-fatal criminal investigations, as well as other Part 1 crimes that our investigators investigate, such as robberies and burglaries. Through this increased focus, RPD will explore a proposal to do a centralized field investigations in order to more effectively implement a structured investigative protocol, such as increased equity in case management amongst our investigators within the department, and maximize the current use and availability of investigators' resources. So it's also equitable case management across the department. So we're going to take a different look. We did, a couple years ago, several years ago, a field investigation model. So we hope to kind of refine that.
So now it's housed in the patrol division by section that investigators are? Is that how it works now?
If there are some investigators that are in the patrol division.
Okay.
But some of what this restructuring that we're talking about will be subject to negotiations,
Right.
labor negotiations.
So it's more, or continuing the focus on community engagement in hopes that they'll help solve crimes. What other kinds of factors do you think will improve that effectiveness?
Well, I think just you know, oversight in some of the cases that we currently have, without getting into too much detail, because like I said, it's still in its infancy, and some of this will be subject to labor negotiations, but we hope to increase the efficiency as far as overall operations, particularly non-fatal shootings. Obviously, as I stated earlier, we have almost a 90% arrest rate when it comes to homicides, and our non-fatal shootings are hovering around 17%. So we hope to increase that by the team model approach. That's what we use in major crimes, and coming up with a process to investigate our non-fatal shootings, but also other investigatory crimes as well.
Right. I'm sure they're all linked, so that certainly makes sense. Thank you. I wanted to also ask about the availability of manpower as it relates to sort of current staffing levels and the number of officers who might be out for any given reason. I know one of the concerns that was raised with the police accountability process was, you know, if people are under investigation, you have to take them off the street, and that leaves fewer officers, or you may have to backfill them, or not that I'm expecting that we're going to see this huge increase, but where are we right now in terms of manpower itself and overtime, and how's that balance?
Well, currently we have approximately 728 police officers in the Rochester Police Department. As far as patrol availability, I don't want to misquote you, so I can get those numbers for you. Your question about overtime?
Well, I'm assuming you use overtime in order to backfill some of those positions. I think it's probably like the fire department that way, right? So, you know, what's our minimum staffing level, I guess? For, you know, obviously I'm interested in the Northwest in particular, but, you know, how many people do we have on the street?
Well, that number may vary.
Yeah.
The number varies on a number of factors. Obviously, you're right when we talk about backfilling certain positions due to a number of investigations. For example, October of last year, we had a high-profile incident on Francis Street that involved 13 police officers. Those officers were placed off the road for administrative reasons, as well as for them to be cleared for the shooting. So that they were off the road for about almost 5 months.
Yeah.
So that does create a substantial hit to resources as far as deployment of personnel. But we do try to backfill as necessary. As far as the overtime, the allotment budget is $6.3 million, and we estimate that we will probably spend about $7 million this year.
Sure. Okay, thank you. Probably lastly, at least for now, you have probably followed, as many of us have, the kind of a different approach to prostitution and really seeing it as victimization and sex trafficking. And, you know, the Northwest in particular, I think, is, you know, pretty focused on trying to meet the neighborhood concern around prostitution and has done a good job. I would encourage, I think, as I have in the past, that we, you know, try to equally focus on the Johns and that we really look at that side as much as we do on the sex worker side. And I know that's a difficult challenge sometimes for your staffing resources, but anything that we can do, I think that's what makes the difference, so.
Duly noted.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Ortiz and then Councilman Gruber.
I have just a couple questions. Chief, just to go back really quick, when you had mentioned equitable case management for some of the decision-making for this particular change in the future, when you say, what exactly do you mean? Is it digging deeper in cases? Is it the number of cases assigned to investigators? Or talk to me a little equitable case management.
So because some of that is, has to be negotiated with the union, can we get back to you with additional information? Because we don't want to go into detail with that without actually talking to the officers and investigators first, as well as with the union.
Okay, no problem. Another question that I had was regarding the development and implementation of your deployment matrix. Very interested in understanding that a little bit more in the details. As you know, I've been working for the past 8 months on trying to dig deeper into large-scale events, and would love to understand kind of where you're going with that and how exactly that it comes together for you.
Well, I think one of the goals that we have
I need to upgrade this.
Yeah. Let's do a budget amendment for those microphones.
This is better. All right. So one of the things that we want to do is create a matrix when you talk about deploying personnel to special events throughout the city, depending on the large scale, scope, and size. Making a deployment decision is based on real-time intelligence, what's going on around the world, nationally, across the state, and locally. We have invested in some of the portable vehicle barricades and some things that require maybe less manpower, but new technologies and equipment. So this is something that we hope to develop this year, and it will also provide some sort of consistency when we talk about large-scale events such as Jazz Festival, Lilac Festival. And I think some of the plans that we've had have worked, but when you talk about, I think since a couple years ago, due to certain events around the world, we had to increase our footprint due to the safety, to not compromising safety for citizens in Rochester.
I guess, thank you, but so if the attendance is estimated at X number, are you saying that this model will then say, based on that, we will need 50 officers that particular day and or evening? So I guess when I think matrix, I'm thinking, okay, size of population or crowd, then this number of, police officers, this number of, other resources, SWAT, whatever it is. Is that not what you're hoping to achieve?
It's kind of complex. It's sort of what you said with many other variables. We're trying to get away from the cookie cutter approach because not each event is different, and depending on what's going on as far as real-time intelligence around the country, or nationally and locally.
So it's not something that will be developed that on paper that you could easily kind of point to. And I guess what's the end product that we're hoping to achieve?
Well, it's evolving. It's based on intelligence, so we're getting away from the cookie cutter approach and it's looking at each case on a case by case basis.
So to just put it a different way than what the chief is saying is that because in the past we've looked at every event the same way, but as you indicated, attendance at each event isn't the same. And so our response to each event shouldn't be the same. And sometimes there may be something that's happening on a federal level and intelligence-wise that it may be a small event, but you may increase staffing because there's a terrorist threat somewhere else. So he's talking about looking at every event in an individual basis to really tailor their response and the number of people they have on, what type of resources they use to that event, and what they're receiving based on intelligence around the country.
Okay. Still, I'll look forward to, as you develop that, kind of what that looks like. I'm extremely curious and going through this process with you all, and thank you for your partnership on trying to figure these things out, just trying to understand, because the numbers that we receive on certain events sometimes are quite astronomical when you look at them, right? And trying to understand how we get to those type of things for what reasons. So definitely interested in, and as you develop that, to look further into it.
So for something like the Jazz Festival, you're gonna have a significant amount of money that you spend on the Jazz Festival. You have people coming in from all over the world, and you're bringing in other resources. So you'll see trucks from DES, you'll see manpower from not only the police department, but the fire department. So you'll see a response from different places depending on the number of people that are attending that event. However, you might see something like that at Cornhill as well if you get a report that there is some terrorist activity on the wire, and you want to make sure that the events that happen in your community go off without a hitch, or you have the right number of staff available at any given time if something is happening. And so you want to be able to monitor that. And so when they talk about it being, you're going to have a minimum no matter what, but it may increase depending on what you're hearing around the intelligence across the wire, and what you may hear from the FBI and other folks.
Okay, thank you. You talked about putting together a plan for recruitment, continuous recruitment, if you will, an actual plan. Have you actually, and I know you're brand new to this position, so, but taking a look, I mean, we don't necessarily know, where we want to go unless we looked at what we already have and where we've been. Have you taken a look at actual metrics, if you will, when we talk about continuous recruitment, for example, obviously diversity, where we are today and where we would like to be? Obviously we want to increase, but what specifically does that mean for us in terms of a goal of what we would like to achieve for minority and women? So have you taken a look at all in terms of those metrics and setting a goal for those areas?
That certainly will be a part of it. Currently right now, when we talk about recruitment, I think our I would like to say we do continuous recruitment all throughout the year, but when it comes to actually doing the recruitment before an exam, we visit local colleges, career fairs, community events, churches, and conduct college presentations. But I think everywhere we go, we should be continuously doing recruitment and looking at new avenues to do so. So that will be a part of our exploration process. And like you said, looking at what we've done in the past and what we will continue to do. As far as a particular number goal set, I think that will be a part of the exploration process. Obviously we want qualified candidates first, but we also want people in the department to look like the community that it serves.
Absolutely. Okay, great. Again, I know you're developing this, but just taking a look at, I don't know exactly how the decision process will go in terms of determining what those goals look like, but one of the things that I know when we had kind of started to dig deeper in regards to current status, if you will, of the police department, 11% Latino, if you will, hopefully reflective more of the community population at 16 to 17%. So I don't know if it'll be something as straightforward as that, but again, interested in being part of the process and developing those goals. So just kind of throw that out there. Last but not least for me right now is if we can get an update on that MCAC system. I know that years ago we had done the tour and it was all of this powerful information that was being provided. Can you give us an update on that system and if we are utilizing it more or if people are, I guess I'm just curious on, I think that obviously is wave of the future and the type of information for us to stay connected with what's happening out there. And so just curious as to an update and how that is developing over time.
Certainly, I think everything that we kind of do, we focus on intelligence. We look for intelligence. And I think we have been using the Monroe County Crime Analysis Center in a great detail. Is there anything specifically that you're looking for, or are we just looking for?
I'm just trying to understand because my understanding was so they get, I don't know, daily morning bulletins or things like that go out. How, I hate to say it, but how often are they actually read and utilized, and people actually using that as my go-to piece of documentation as I plan my day, my week, my month, so on and so forth out there?
I would say daily. We have numerous investigators, officers who continuously put emails out. I read them, looking for identification on individuals. Many of our officers may have had contact with these individuals by just putting a picture up. And usually within 24, 48 hours sometimes, an officer who is a primary investigator on the case will make an identification to maybe use further in a 6-pack or some other investigative tool. So it is utilized.
Okay, and it gets to every level, like even at the Neighborhood Service Center, CPO level for them as they're engaging with the community to have that specific information?
Yes, it's department-wide. One of our focus areas is intelligence-led policing. Dispute interventions, wanted persons. Obviously, when you talk about community, it may not necessarily go down to actual citizens in Rochester because some of the intelligence is, specific and secure in nature. But every police department within Monroe County utilizes the Monroe Crime Analysis Center.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Councilman Gruber.
Thanks. So I noticed that there's a lot of grants in here that are going away and without the expected revenue to come back. I presume that's partially just because we don't know for sure the grants are going to come back, so we don't put them into the budget. And I know a lot of these things are also done in conjunction with RIT. So I'm just wondering if someone can give me an update on how many of these grants we actually think are repeatable or are just gone for good.
So-
A lot.
Chris?
I'll jump in and then the chief can answer. But as a matter of convention, we typically, because of the number of grants here, we typically, don't assume the revenue, and we'll amend the budget throughout the year as those grants become available.
Makes sense.
And in terms of the likelihood of those, I defer to the chief on that.
Much of the grants are a timing issue. A lot of times we come back for council to re-up the budget if we know the budget's going to be available maybe the next fiscal year or something, things like that.
Sure. So I guess, here's the reason why I ask, and Chief, we've spoken about this briefly. We were at one of the Project Clean meeting once, and I think it's on 9-11, there's Project Clean ends, and North Clinton Patrol, it's $12,000. So here's an example of a grant that I totally understand that the grant was funding the work, but the work itself is critical. Whether we have a grant or not, we have to have people who are walking North Clinton, especially with all the different stuff going on with the heroin, with all the issues and the task force that is specifically addressed to address that subject. So this is where I want to understand the kind of delicate balance between, yes, we want, if we can get any outside dollars to pay for staff time to do it, of course, let's go for it. But if we don't have that money, I don't want the actual process to go away. So how do you balance that?
Right. We do anticipate receiving the same amount. But like you said, we do balance that. You know, it's still a priority of the police department. We still have to go out there and engage the community. We still have to go out there and try to reduce crime. And I think we've made significant strides, particularly one of note in the opioid area, North Clinton Avenue. We hope to partner with community business at 821 North Clinton Avenue, open up somewhat of a mini substation on Clinton Avenue. And that's been a partnership between the city of Rochester, the RPD, and the community, and various academia throughout. So I think we have made strides, and with that advent, it will continue, whether the funding is there or not.
Okay. I can understand how hard that is, especially, it's been amazing for me to see over 18 months how many grants come into RPD, and I think it's an incredible partnership with RIT's Department of Criminal Justice, because there's a lot of outside money coming in to help us do the work that we do. It's just that can, I think, lead to some issues where the work is dependent upon the grant money, when in reality the work is stuff that we have to do regardless. So it sounds like you understand that balance.
Yes, we understand the balance, but we have to reflect it in the budget book.
Sure.
And so we need to make sure that we are accurately reporting what's coming in and what's going out. And so the work doesn't stop just because there isn't a grant there, but we want to make sure that we reflect what we have in and what's going out accurately.
Okay. My other question is about maybe just a little bit of clarity for me. On 9-19, I think some of the key KPIs that RPD uses is about calls for service. So obviously we can see there's a significant amount of calls per service every year. Can you, Chief, can you help me understand those 4 categories at the top, the non-discretionary, critical, urgent, normal, and the discretionary?
Correct. I can give you a brief overlay, and then I can turn over to Nick Petiti for further.
Thanks.
So for the critical call for service, those would be like shootings and things of that nature. For urgent calls for service, they would be your typical like domestic violence calls, in progress disputes, and the normal calls for service would include like reports, things that do not necessarily require violence in nature. And Nick Petiti.
Sure. So a couple of years ago, we changed the way that we reported calls for service, because a lot of the times we get asked about calls for response time in particular. And we used to use ECD data, which is more about priority dispatching rather than response time. And I'll give you a perfect example. A QSIA call, which is a quality of service call, is an immediate dispatch for dispatch, but for us it can have up to a half-hour response time. If we count those in our urgent or critical calls for service count types, we start to skew the data higher. One of the things that's often misunderstood when you talk about calls for service response time and counts is the idea that the person on the end knows the outcome, right? So we may get a call for a noise complaint that turns out to be an assault, or we may get a call for a customer trouble that turns out to be a homicide. It doesn't necessarily come in as the actual outcome. So the general categories of calls for service response types are really just large buckets. And they're not as granular as everybody would like them to be, to say we know what it's going to be, we know that it's going to take 3 minutes to get to a shots fired call. When you start breaking these into groups and you aggregate the data up, there's about 26 different call types that go into a critical call. Things like family troubles, neighbor troubles, customer troubles, they make the bulk of that data up, and a vast majority of those calls are not reflected in the crime data. So a very small number of actual violent crimes are part of what makes up a family trouble call, for instance, or a neighbor trouble call. So when you look at times and counts, they're really skewed towards the things that don't end up being crimes. We do have the ability to specifically look at what's known to the officer at the time of the response, which is really what response time is about. Things for shots fired calls are generally about 4 minutes. Even though the critical response time category is about 13. So what we try to do is look for trends in that data, and to make sure that we're on a constant level year after year after year. So probably a better KPI to look at this stuff would be more of a satisfactory percentage that you're hitting, rather than counting raw numbers year to year, because it doesn't take into account any variance.
Sure, that's a great explanation, thank you. And can someone explain the discretionary officer-initiated calls? Because that actually seems to be the bulk of the calls for service. What does that entail?
Those are officer-generated calls versus a citizen-generated call. So when you think of calls for service response time, you think of somebody picking up the phone and calling 911. Those calls are reflected in the non-discretionary. We don't have a choice to go to those. We go to those. Discretionary are proactive work, corner clearings, proactive dispatch, special attentions. Those calls are officer-generated, so they're essentially doing proactive work, which then takes them out of the calls for service mix. So we want to look at them separately so we can look at the balance between the two.
Got it. Thank you very much.
Just a couple of quick things on some stuff that was listed that you talked about in last year's budget, but I didn't see it in this one. And I'm assuming because maybe they're ongoing things. Last year there was a talk about this relationship with Hillside Work Scholarship, where you were working with students to help pass written exams and helping them with their physical agility in a way to kind of increase the candidate pool and also increase diversity. Is that still is that going to be going on again in this current budget cycle, or is that since passed?
Well, Hillside and Wegmans just ended their partnership.
Okay.
But I have heard that there are talks that they still want to kind of remain and do some things, but Hillside and Wegmans have ended their relationship.
And then the other thing was you last year you had that you were going to develop relationships between new police sections and the neighborhoods they serve to continue to enhance community relationships. I'm assuming that that's ongoing. You're never going to stop doing that.
Correct.
Okay, great. And then the other thing was you have this Police Training Advisory Council, which was to allow citizens the opportunity to provide input on police training and be an independent voice. Is that something that's still going on? As you see, I know you're starting newer in your role, but.
Yes, it was something that started under former Deputy Chief Wayne Harris, something that I continue, and we do plan on continuing that.
Okay, great. Okay, thank you. Councilmember Clifford, and then Councilmember Harris.
Thanks. As we were talking about business intelligence, and we talked a little bit earlier in the IT hearing about the transfer of Nick, I guess it is, our Director of Business Intelligence, into the IT department. And I understand, having worked with Nick, what a resource he will be to the city as a whole. I'm thinking that that's a loss for the police department, and how you intend on replacing, does it look like that position's being replaced there? So how you intend on dealing?
So he will continue to work in the police department.
Okay.
But he will just be a resource that we add to other departments. So his main work will still be with the police department, but we want to make sure that, as you all know, the amount of data and information that the police department has been able to acquire and institute over the last couple years has been extraordinary, and we can utilize his expertise in some other places, and so we want to be able to do that.
I see, so it's more of an advisory role citywide.
Correct.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Harris, and then Patterson, Spall, and then Ortiz. But.
I'm looking at section 9.3, and I see that you guys will be continued planning of the relocation of section offices. Can you tell me a little bit more about that? And I'm particularly interested in those changes that could occur in the South District as well.
So our goal is to actually open up 3 new section offices, one in the Lake section, which will be on the corner of Ridge Road and Lake Avenue, and one on East Main Street, which is in the Beechwood neighborhood. And hopefully, as we move forward with the Bull's Head development, we'll have one in the Bull's Head area to service the Southwest.
Thank you. Will that one in the Bull's Head, will that be a full service or mini?
Correct. It would be a full service.
Okay. Thank you. I'm excited about that. Many of our residents in the South District are looking forward to the Bull's Head development. We're really looking forward to having those options there. I have another question. It's on the same page, and it's related to the body worn cameras. And I'd like to know how many does the city have in operational right now? And what's the process for maintenance?
Currently, we have 502 cameras deployed to the field. And what was the second part of your question?
What is the process for maintenance? And who, actually, now let me add to that, and who maintains them for us?
So we have a contract with our vendor who does provide maintenance as a warranty. It's a 3-year warranty. Currently, we just received, due to the initial contract, the newer version of the body-worn camera at cost. So it didn't cost the city any additional money. So we have the most current version. But when there is normal wear and tear, that's something that, you know, obviously we would have to pay for. But the vendor does provide maintenance for the cameras.
So to be clear, does that mean, I mean, like if there's a warranty, there's this faulty, they will cover all of those things?
That is correct.
Can you explain what would what that look like?
Yep, so they return the camera to our body-worn camera unit, which is currently operate within our criminal investigation section.
Mhm.
They have direct contact on a bi-weekly basis with the vendor. They will then ship those cameras over to the vendor. As a part of our initial contract, we receive 10% additional cameras. So an officer would never be without a camera during the transition or the maintenance of the camera that's a faulty camera.
Oh.
So the officer is then immediately issued a replacement camera, and that camera is sent off for maintenance.
Oh, okay. So, follow-up question to that is what will happen to the data? I mean, will we have a tendency of losing data, or will they kind of recover that for us during that process?
So yes, we actually have 2 technicians who have experience in computers and digital management who help us and do a great job actually at recovering data. Less and less we are experiencing any of those problems. But in the event that it does happen, we do have a contract in place and agreements in place to protect the information that's on those cameras with the vendor in order to collect it and make sure that information doesn't end up in the wrong hands.
Okay, thank you. That's very interesting, how technologies have integrated, and I'm really happy to see that you guys have transitioned very well to that, and looking forward to seeing what more that we can do with those cameras and protecting our citizens in the community of Rochester. I also have here a question on page 9.5. It relates to the chargebacks. I'm trying to figure out what does that mean. Can you explain to me what chargebacks are? It's right there by where the salary and wage adjustment, salary and wages are, and it has a line item that says chargeback.
Chris?
Sure. So chargebacks are a way of cost recovery for certain kinds of services. Central services are done through an administrative chargeback. So the charge happens, we have IT chargebacks, we have motor equipment chargebacks, duplicating chargebacks, et cetera. So like in the case of the motor equipment chargebacks, the costs are incurred in DES, and we recover RPD's portion of that cost through a chargeback, local works, refuse fund, et cetera. So that's the nature of chargebacks.
Okay, thank you. And I think I have, one other question, I apologize. I was really happy to see that you guys have stats for the pet, the activity for the Pets for Life program. And I'd like to know, I have a pet myself, I have a dog, and really happy to see how involved the city is in the animal adoption and making sure that we do something about our pets in this community. So I'd like to know what stats do you have for the Pet for Life program?
We have increased our outreach opportunities in many of our neighborhoods to increase it, and I'll let Chris Fitzgerald answer that question.
Thank you, council member. So in terms of Pets for Life, that specific program that's supported by the Humane Society of the United States, we look at things like the number of households served and the number of, and then we can break that down into just a little bit granular level of whether we provided direct support in terms of pet supplies or pet food, or if we provided spay-neuter to those households. And then we also have metrics that look at conversion rates or completion rates. So out of the households that we've made contact with who have a unaltered pet, the percentage of those households, or those pets that then follow through and get their animals sterilized. Is that helpful?
Yes. Do you have the numbers for the conversion rate? Is it in the percentage or?
Yes, it is. It's fluid because every week that we go out and hit more houses and talk to some more people, you engage some more people in the process, and then our services are provided by some of the local clinics around. So as they complete the spay neuters and wellness packages at their shops, they send us over their data, and then we enter that into our system. So it's constantly changing. The goal is to be above 75% in terms of completion rate, and ours is in the 60 percentile range, 60 to 65 percentile range on a regular basis, kind of fluctuating. I've seen it as high as 67 or 71 at one point, but then it ebbs and flows as we go out and engage more people.
All right, thank you. And my final question is, I'm looking at page 9.3, and you have the accreditation program. I think that I heard information that you guys recently were accredited, and I'd like to know more about that process and what would it take for us to become compliant with accreditation?
Well, there are certain criteria that is set by the state for New York State accreditation. In January 2020 is our next cycle to be reaccredited. We anticipate it being a one-day site visit, possibly, because we are considered a model agency within the state. And it's just meeting several criteria within the department: record keeping, inspections, data keeping, and the like. And I would like to say that we're a trendsetter in the RPD with regard to model agencies across the state.
Compared to the other agencies in New York State, how many accredited agencies are there? I mean, do you have a number by any chance?
I would have to get back to you on that.
Okay, thank you. That concludes my question.
Thank
you, and I look forward to working with the police department. You all, men and women, do such great work and continue to do that, and I'd like to look forward to working with you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Harris. Councilmember Spall?
Thank you. Hi, I'm wondering, I'm looking at 919. I think we're going to just sort of use the whole section. Is that right?
Yep.
Thank you. So I'm wondering if we've seen any impact or how we've responded to the raise the age legislation. And as I look down at the bottom, I don't see anything projected for 2019-20. Is that because you got here a minute ago and we're still going to give you some time to give us projections, budget projections, and also just the impact, if anybody can talk a little bit about the relationship between state and other agencies, probation, diversion, teen court, all those other things with the raise the age legislation.
I think the projections are listed within the book. I think it's just a misprint as far as the years, the fiscal year.
That's correct. We're just noticing that on 919,
Is my page, do I have a bad page?
No, you're correct, but
Okay.
the headings appear to be wrong in the budget document. So the actual should be 17-18.
Got it.
The estimated should be 18-19, and then the budget should be 19-20.
Perfect.
Somehow, when we do a global update that didn't get
You're
updated,
trying to
we'll
fool me.
correct that in
You're trying to see if we're on our
in the
toes,
approved
so-
budget.
Yeah, thank
Well,
you.
we obviously weren't, so I'll own that one.
Oh, that's okay. That's helpful, because I was just wondering about that. So then back to, so I'll take a look at that, but just as a question about how we've been able to, as of last October, 16-year-olds came under that law, and we're going to see a change in this October with 17-year-olds. Just wondering how you guys are handling that change and what we can do to help.
Well, we're handling it as best as we can right now. It's evolving with regard to the number of beds. We've been working with the county and our state partners as well, and we have Captain Mark Wader, who's been working very closely with the county on such. But it is an evolving process.
Yep.
We have some hurdles, but it's certainly if there are opportunities where council can help, I would be sure to reach out.
Yeah. So one of the things that we asked for in the legislation was to have a sitting judge prepared to give a young person access to adjudication immediately, and that was something that our judges were not prepared to do, they work a day job, sort of, and all of a sudden. Does anybody have a sense of how that's working from our perspective? I don't know who would be closest to that work, but.
So that is working. It's on a case-by-case basis.
Yeah.
We have a partnership with the DA who is assigned to our juvenile cases.
Right.
When the officer makes the arrest, they call the DA, who then decides based on the circumstances involving the investigation or the arrest, whether or not the juvenile need to be arraigned right away or arraigned in the morning at family court. In the event that the juvenile is arraigned in the morning, the juvenile goes to one of the juvenile centers, and that's where the chief just talked about a little while ago about the challenges of making sure we have placement for our youth without having to drive up to Buffalo in some cases
Right.
in order to find a place for them to stay.
I think we're going to see a much larger number and impact when the 17-year-olds come under the law. So we had a year of planning, and then we had a year with 16s, and it was sort of giving us a chance. So I think in October we're going to see something. So I appreciate your efforts. It's a new approach, very important approach. So it's not been easy, but thank you.
It hasn't been easy for families either, and for parents that are trying to get their kids some help.
Right.
And so, any way that I know that in your work to have that discussion with some people would be very, very helpful. But we have been invited to the county's actual facility, their New Beds facility, that I believe will be opening up soon to go and take a tour. So
Good.
Anyone want to join us, we'll make sure we let you know when we're going.
The need for diversion, yet consequence is a very delicate balance. So we're seeing an enormous amount of diversion through teen court, which has been great, and a lot of restorative justice work. So after I'm gone, I'll stay connected. I mean, gone from here. I don't mean gone. So thank you for that.
But even when you're gone, you're still connected.
Yeah, that's going to be.
I won't start preaching. Councilmember Patterson.
Okay. Nothing too crazy, and I probably don't need answers for any of these things today. So I hope that helps. Okay. So what I'd like to request is information on patrol sections, calls for service, maybe monthly, in particular calls for service for particular call beats, and also the staffing levels for the call section, for the sections and also for the car beats. Going forward, obviously I don't expect anything now. I just like to look at them, see what it looks like. Don't know if there's an issue with staffing, but I won't know and can't know unless I get some information. So that's the first thing. Second request is, I noticed in our crack research team went through your budget, and they came back with some items, and you've gotten some questions on them. And one of those items was the Wegmans program. And I had a young man come to me who works security at Rochester General, and he was saying to me, it's like, it would be great if there was some kind of way that we could partner with the police department to get prepped to become police officers, because there's a bunch of us that would like to be police officers. And I said, okay, I'll ask the question. So there's the question.
We do offer programs similar to that.
Okay.
The Police Recruit Education Project was one of them, and we offer various other mentorship opportunities as well.
Okay. All right. Thank you, gentlemen. That's it.
Thank you. Commissioner, Councilwoman Ortiz?
Yes. On the video footage, there was mention of one of the objectives about modernizing our video analytics, which I think is absolutely necessary. Obviously, one of the complaints was the quality of the footage and the audio on there. But can you refresh my memory, how many years is our contract and where are we in that? And is this with the current company, or are we going back out for RFP as far as the video analytics are concerned?
As far as the video quality with the current body-worn camera?
Yes.
Yes. Well, I think we had just updated to the new version of the camera, the M1G3, which provides a better quality picture.
In the highlight here, it talks about in the third quarter modernizing the video analytics. So that's something new and different than the new cameras, correct?
Correct. So when they talk about modernizing the video analytics, it's really talking about the way we do our redactions. As we recently saw with Judge Taddeo's ruling, she felt that our redactions was a little too broad, and that it needed to be more narrowly focused. So we went out and explored different technologies and different opportunities for us to do that in the most efficient manner. What we didn't want is, as a result of doing these redactions, say one 30-minute video takes 6 hours worth of redaction, because it's really in real time. If it's a 30-minute video, you have to watch all 30 minutes. So we're looking at different technologies. They exist. They're out there as more and more departments across the nation have to deal with the same issues that the RPD are facing. So we're going to continue to look at that. We currently do not have a vendor contract for video analytics. That's something that we've done with purchase of software. But we are going to explore the possibility of looking for a third-party vendor that can provide us with that assistance.
Okay. And the new cameras themselves, are they actually coming through for us in as regards to better quality? Have you noticed that, or?
Yes, yes. I'm sorry, I misunderstood your earlier question, but yes, that's what I was talking about. The better quality of the camera with the M1G3.
Right. And with the new cameras, have we been able to resolve the issue of them falling off?
Yes, I would say, short answer, yes. But, you know, they are still going to may fall depending on, you know, the confrontation level that an officer may engage with or certain kind of obstructions. But yes, for the most part, we have utilized a better holder carrying case for the camera.
Okay. One of the other questions that I had, and I guess more of a comment than anything, on the new sections, in the past, we've made several phone calls to different offices, if you will, and I don't know exactly how our staffing works, but I guess if we're going back into more into the neighborhoods, if you will, I guess one comment as far as answering the telephone and the return opportunity for that engagement and the opportunity for people to actually walk into those sections. Perhaps it's the time at which some folks call or the times that people visit those offices, but many of the complaints that I get is the door's either locked or no one ever answers the phone. And so again, just a comment, I don't know if it's just the timing, is everything closed after 5 o'clock? Obviously open, but closed to the public from opening the doors and answering the phones or something?
Well, yes. I mean, we have clerical staff there, you know, obviously during the day, 9 to 5. However, you know, police department's 24/7 operations, you know.
Understood that part, yeah.
So, I mean, I think now with the new section offices, you know, you're going to have the neighborhood service center incorporated within, so it's almost going to be like a one-stop shopping, if you will. So I think it will provide a better service as far as customer service when individuals walk into the neighborhood service center as well as the police department.
Okay, great. I ensure, and the ones that don't necessarily have a neighborhood service center connected to it, just to be cognizant of the fact that, again, daytime phone calls and or coming in, again, maybe depending on when and who, but it just seems like sometimes they're closed and no one answers the phone. So just comment on that.
Councilwoman, just to clarify, most of our section offices currently have a phone that are transferred to 311 when you call the 428 number. And then outside the section offices as well, there should be a phone. There's a phone where you can get 911 or 311.
Right, and we've called 311 before and they transfer us to your number. And the one that I've had the most issues with is the Clinton office, because we've called there a few times and 311 would direct us there and no one would answer the phone. And my other, I guess, issue, and just throw it out there, is the records department and being able to, and again, maybe I don't know if it's one person or two people in there, and having difficulty for residents contacting the records department. So again, just comment on that. You mentioned technology and the widespread usage of it and some of the changes that we're doing in order to have more of that maybe in the mayor's office, so not to have the silos. Have we had any progress on, because of the immense amount of data that you have with the public and properties in particular, right? There was a request quite a while ago that RPD have an opportunity to comment and provide feedback on within our treasury in terms of the practice of our tax lien sales, being able to support or hold back on particular properties based on issues you have with specific properties. Is that occurring now for you to provide that feedback, or do you know what I'm talking about?
That will be part of the land management process, but that is something that also finance and NBD will be working on when we go forward with looking at the tax lien sale as a whole. And so that's something that we will encompass into that discussion when we pull together. They had a small meeting, but when those committees are being put together to look at that whole thing. How do you talk across silos? How do you put all this information into the system? Now, currently, building blocks that we have actually can show how many police calls went to a certain address, you know, what type of code enforcement we have there, and you have that system that overlays that information when you filter it out. But we hope that with land management, we'll have one system that we can look at across the board that will tell us about one property. Right now, we don't have that. You have different systems that you have to go into. You can overlay the data in building blocks, but you can't necessarily abstract that data in a way that is most beneficial for us.
Okay, and I look forward to that new system and that discussion, but I guess in the past, Treasury would send the Excel spreadsheet, and the way they do with NBD and saying what properties, you know, are you interested in, which ones would you like to hold back, which ones would you like us not to take action on. I was under the impression that they would also be sending that Excel spreadsheet of the property listing prior to a tax sale or an auction, if you will, to RPD to give you an opportunity to also provide feedback on properties. Sounds like that's not happening at all.
We do meet with RPD, the uniform personnel, do meet with the neighborhood service center personnel. So that conversation is happening. Last year, the mayor wanted us to meet quarterly for chronic nuisance locations throughout the city. So we do share information with regard to that, and those meetings are still occurring.
Okay, so you are providing that feedback of which properties you would like to retain control of.
So I think that, so we're very clear, they meet to talk about nuisance properties and what needs to happen. That has nothing to necessarily do with the tax lien sale. And so there's two separate issues there. When you talk specifically about the tax lien sale, the agency or the business that gets the information for the tax lien sale is the Neighborhood Business Development Office, and they are the ones that talk directly with Treasury based on the information for those nuisance properties and all of the data that they have as far as code enforcement, which properties need to be retained. And so there's two separate conversations going on here. One is nuisance properties and what's nuisance for the police department, as well as the neighborhood service center, and making sure that we stay on top of those regardless of whether they have a tax lien sale or if they're tax delinquent or not. The other part about that is if they are going, if it's on the list to go into tax foreclosure, that discussion happens with real estate and also with Treasury. And again, we are starting that discussion of what needs to go into that discussion on what we will sell and what we will hold back. And we will make sure that council remains in the loop as it pertains to that.
Okay, and again, I don't disagree with you on that. I guess it was a specific request, and maybe if it's not needed any longer, then that's fine.
This is
and
the
it
first
is in
time I'm
regards-
hearing that request from anybody that
a couple of years ago in the Northeast. It was
okay.
specific, where they had asked to be on the distribution list for Excel, for the listing. And again, I hear what you're saying as far as the nuisance stuff, but it was a request that I understood that said, because of the fact that there are nuisances, so on and so forth, and the sale complicates things in regards to ownership and so on and so forth, that RPD wanted an opportunity to be able to say, no, do not do that one so we can retain control, perhaps push it to foreclosure, whatever it need to turn over the property owner.
And they do that through the meetings that they have with the neighborhood service center as well as with RPD together. And so that information is being translated, but it's not a specific list that goes to RPD to say which properties do you want to hold.
Okay.
They don't do that. They have a discussion about nuisance properties, but they don't actually hold a list, send RPD a list and say which properties do you want us to hold.
Okay.
That discussion happens with real estate and code enforcement and NBD, and they encompass that conversation or that discussion that they have with the police department as well as others as it pertains to nuisance properties that are in tax foreclosure and being possibly tax delinquent.
Okay, all right, thank you. One last question that I had. Chris, there was an invitation, I think it was through Lollipop and the county, and I feel like the advertisement or the event had something to do around animal abuse And I can't recall, but I was interested, it's either just recently passed or it's about to happen, at Lollipop Farm and the county. It said Sandra Dorley, and they were talking about some collaboration in regards to abuses, if you will. Are you in on that particular conversation or event?
No, but I could find out and get back to you on that.
Okay, yeah, that would be helpful. I was just curious as to whether or not perhaps the appetite for some sort of registry might be on the horizon that we had not necessarily engaged in before.
Understood.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Gruber?
Thank you. Just a few more questions from me. I'll keep it with animal services. I know that this budget is full of recommendations from Baker Tilly that Mayor Warren, that you have decided to take. And Baker Tilly themselves, I think, when they were here to give us a work session, I asked about animal services, and they acknowledged that it's just a particularly difficult department to slot into an overall organizational structure. With that being said, it provides some absolutely critical services in terms of quality of life and public safety. So I'm just wondering, with a new chief in place shortly, what is the vision for animal services? Is there any opportunities to continue to integrate animal services into the department, or is it just going to kind of continue to be, where it is because that's where it needs to be?
Do you mean as far as the location of animal services in the budget, or which department it reports to?
Just in terms of how it actually, I mean, you've done a lot of work in this budget, kind of restructuring different departments, and animal services continues to be in a place where I think it makes sense on one hand, and it doesn't make sense on another hand. And I'm just wondering if Baker Tilly provided maybe any strategies for how to better integrate animal services into RPD.
So they recommended that basically it was no point in moving it into another department because of the fact of what they actually provide as an asset. Also connected to the Verona Street animal shelter is the police department's the horses,
right.
And so that's also a part of this. And so we have been able to, well, I've taken a tour, and I think if I'm correct, I'm the first mayor to take a tour of the animal services department. But we are looking at strategies on way we possibly can expand there, and also provide some additional services that we're not providing. Haven't been able to go and see the work that our team there is doing. We recognize that they need some additional support, and so we're going to be working with Chris and his team to figure out what that looks like next, as well as with the police department to figure out exactly what that looks like as an impact to the budget.
That's fantastic to hear. And I had a chance to take a tour too. Obviously, it's basically in my neighborhood, but on top of that, my mom is a twice a week volunteer there at Verona Street walking dogs, and the services that they provide are just incredible. But it does feel like they are they're limited by the amount of space they have and the facility to do the things that we really want them to be able to do. And pet owners are everywhere. I mean, it's huge.
That's part of the discussion.
That's great.
It has been raised, and I know that Chris and his team are getting ready to hopefully launch a capital campaign to hopefully be able to raise some dollars for expansion, and we have some ideas that we're looking at. We just have to connect all the I's and dot all the T's before we make an announcement about that.
All right, thank you. I want to,
Councilman Gruber.
Sorry, yes, please.
I just answer about the chief's vision for that. Community outreach is obviously one of the primary focuses of the police department, and has been so for quite some time, and particularly in the last year with the creation of the Community Affairs Bureau. So, one of our priorities is, like I said, community outreach, and we can hopefully probably try to get animal control into, Project Tips, maybe clergy on patrol. Just this month alone, we had Do the Right Thing ceremony where we had some animals attend from a private organization and entity. Maybe we can kind of collaborate with the animal services to see what we can do with that.
That's great. And we spoke this morning with the clerk's office about strategizing, about having more opportunities to go out and do some licensing. So I think, you know, and obviously then you have DES working on the dog park stuff. There's lots of different ways to integrate this stuff. And it really is, it hits both public safety and quality of life. And so any way that we can collaborate, any way council can be helpful, that'd be wonderful.
And they also take part in our neighborhood outreaches that the sections do as well.
Right. So I want to go back to a point you made before, Chief, about overtime. You mentioned that we have the expectation is about $7 million in overtime for the year. And I'm wondering, what are the strategies to try to mitigate that? I mean, obviously, it is what it is. We need to be safe. Overtime needs to be paid when it needs to be paid. But I think we can all recognize that in a time and place where Chris and the mayor are regularly working really hard to close big budget gaps every year, we want to make sure to minimize overtime to the best of our abilities. So what are the strategies to do that?
Well, obviously, as you know, it's fluid, and that's, you know, being fiscally responsible is at the top of any organization, to include the police department. You know, obviously looking at this, the way we look at special events for number one, trying to, you know, scale back maybe some of the resources that you utilize for special events as far as personnel, but without jeopardizing public safety. Looking at some other possible entities within the department that we can try to mitigate those circumstances. And a lot of it is just, you know, it's very fluid. Like I said, the Francis Street situation was something that we did not have any control over whatsoever. And also, as I go forward in my new position, the goal will be to see what we can kind of do.
Okay.
I would just add, from a budget perspective, you know, a couple of years ago, we bumped up and had a second recruit class, right, to try to ramp up so that RPD would be, you know, have peak staffing in the summertime when the demand is highest. So we've we've actually shifted now, so we've got funds for one recruit class in the fall, but the idea there is that those recruits hit the street in time for summer, right, when again the demand is high. So that helps with some of the, you know, mitigation on the overtime. The other thing that's, you know, the reality we face with that is that, you know, special events per, you know, the CBA, those are, for special events, they have to be done on overtime. So there are some constraints around that.
Sure.
But we do monitor, you know, monthly where things are from a staffing level, and we're in frequent communication with the police department on trying to keep that in check.
Councilman, one of the other things that I plan to implement and bring back is some sort of form of crime stat. And part of crime stat will be to look at overtime, as well as the first Mondays of our appointed staff meetings, look at, have each bureau chief report as to what the overtime spending is within their bureau on a month-to-month basis to be incorporated within crime stat.
It'd be great to be able to give council some type of, it doesn't have to be the monthly report, but I think that's something that we need to keep our eyes on as well. So any type of report that could be given to us on a semi-regular basis, I think would be really helpful. The final question that I'll ask, I just want to go back to to Chair Evans' comments before about marijuana legalization. And I certainly understand your point, Chief, about hiring practices, but I do think we're in this very strange place of limbo right now, where it does feel like we are on the cusp of it being legalized recreationally in our state, if not this year, then probably sometime in the near future. And, you know, certainly we need to continue to enforce the laws as they're on the books, but I also don't think that anyone wants to see people put behind bars or getting massive amounts of fees or fines for something that is being openly discussed as something that we're going to legalize, which I think puts everyone in a very, very difficult situation. I'm just wondering if you can comment on that, and if there are ways that we can ticket and attempt to correct behavior without necessarily penalizing.
Well, I think, as you know, we take a procedural justice look at when we talk about enforcement of laws. And I think, like you said, each department that's going through this is looking at how it's going to be a pro for the department, how it's going to be a con for the department. So it's all new. We currently, right now, if there's a lawful possession of marijuana charge, as long as someone has the appropriate ID, we issue an appearance ticket for such. Like I said, it depends on how the law is going to look. will kind of dictate how we're going to, either enforce or not enforce the law. So it's kind of hard for me to comment on.
Yeah, I understand that. I guess it goes back to another thing that I've spoken about with the mayor before about some kind of, and I know this is not in your jurisdiction, but things like ticketing for parking in the bike lanes or biking on the sidewalks and things of that nature, where we know that technically we probably could ticket these things. We also don't want to indiscriminately give tickets to people when we're trying to make sure that we have a more economically vibrant community. At the same time, we do need to make sure that we are that we're making people understand what the laws are. So it's this delicate balance. I know there's not a good answer to this, but it's just something that I think about all the time, and I'm hopeful that you guys are all very mindful of the different sides of the coin on this one.
I think whenever we enforce the law, the first primary mission is to educate the citizen about what he or she did wrong. So hopefully it does not, happen again. So yeah, your point is taken.
Thank you.
Thank you. Council Member Clifford and then Harris.
Thank you. We talked about the body-worn cameras. I was wondering about the status of surveillance cameras, and I know there has been an effort to try and, if not integrate, maybe coordinate private and public surveillance cameras. I'm sort of wondering where we are with that. I think most of our cameras have been funded by grants, so I'm wondering if there is an effort to increase the numbers of cameras where we need them, and then what the process is should we need some in particular places.
Yep, so we currently have 154 blue light cameras across the city. We have funding set aside in cooperation with our IT department to add an additional 10 to 12 this fiscal year. I know that there was a request actually by your office for a camera at Dewey and McGee. That is one that is on our list. As a governance committee, we meet on a quarterly basis to look at the cameras and see where we need them and how we can better utilize that technology. We're going to continue to do so. As far as the community partnership go, at one point we did explore incorporating community cameras, in particular the High Falls area, into our blue light camera. We actually had a few meetings, gave waivers, had our CPO officers go out and look at the existing cameras that were there, encourage the stores how to increase their technology in order to make it interface with ours. I think when the store owners looked at the cost of upgrading their technology, they kind of backed off of it a little bit. So we still welcome any community group to let us know. If they want to partner with us, we certainly will do that. In the meantime, we do have something in our department, a database that we keep of all the camera locations throughout the city, for example, the High Falls area, where we keep the names of the store owner, a contact number, so if we do have to go and retrieve that surveillance video, we can.
Certainly makes sense. That's great. Yeah, I think the High Falls one too was MCC, and then the brewery, I think, as well, just trying to keep that corridor as covered as we can. All right, thank you.
Can you just comment a little bit on the obviously heroin is a major issue. I'm looking at the under section 926, the drugs seized. What's been the approach in terms of addressing this epidemic? I sometimes have philosophical discussions with people. They say smoking marijuana doesn't eventually lead to someone doing heroin. I disagree. I think it does. I think I still see marijuana as a gateway drug. But what's been our approach to this? This is overwhelming departments across the country. How are you handling it?
So we obviously feel, first and foremost, we cannot arrest our way out of the situation, right? I think what we have done in the North Clinton Avenue area has been a true partnership between the City of Rochester, the Rochester Police Department, community groups, academia, to try to combat this issue with Project Clean, Project Hope, and certain initiatives, taking a community-wide approach to address this issue. As far as the RPD, obviously when we receive complaints of such, we will investigate each and every complaint. For the long-term investigation, it has been our focus to concentrate on those investigations that typically associate with violence, the long-term, larger-scale investigations. But certainly we receive complaints through the chief's office, the mayor's office, and we investigate those accordingly. But I think one of the things that we have been successful on over in the North Clinton Avenue area is that community-wide approach, getting our partners involved and not just solely relying on the police department and arrests. And it's been a multifaceted approach between the DA's office, local law enforcement. We certainly have the Monroe County Heroin Task Force that was initiated last year in conjunction with our special investigation sections. And that seems to be working pretty well. I think when you look at the number of opioid deaths within the last year, I think we have seen a slight reduction in such, and I think a lot of that has gone to enforcement and education, not just enforcement alone, but education behind it as well.
Yeah, thank you. Councilmember Harris and then Spall.
Yeah, I was looking at your professional development section on page 930, and I was noticing that you have lots of training there available for the officers and your personnel. I saw that, I know that in the past you guys used to have mental awareness training for the officers. Do you guys still offer that? And if so, can you tell me how many hours is dedicated to that?
Yes, we do have our crisis intervention team, and our recruits do go through a number of hours within the academy to focus on mental health. We work very closely with the Office of Mental Health, Kim Butler, and our Sergeant Boyley, who's up in research and evaluation. As far as the number of hours, I can certainly get back to you with specifics on that.
You mentioned it was recruits. Is there ongoing training for officers that are finished with academy? And if so, what does that look like as well?
Yes, so twice a year we do have in-service training, and certainly depending on what's going on around the country, as you know, a lot of our shootings that we see across the country are resulting from mental illness. A lot of our, if you look at Virginia Beach or things of that nature, large-scale attacks. So we do consistently look at ways that we can provide an opportunity for our officers to do that throughout in-service training.
Thank you. I was just concerned. I noticed that we haven't been on that list, and I'm just looking forward to our police department being a little proactive, so we don't have those incidents. At least kind of reduce those, chances of those incidents occurring.
We do a lot of work with Autism Up as well within our organization.
Thank you. And then I also see here that you have stipends for youth to serve on the Police Citizens Interaction Committee. Can you tell me a little bit more about that as well?
Sorry, what was the for youth?
Yeah, it's on page 938. It says stipends for youth to serve on the Police Citizens Interaction Committee.
Yes, so I've been working with Tremaine Harris, and one of the goals that I had was to establish a Youth Advisory Council, RPD Youth Advisory Council, which would be a spinoff of the Mayor's Youth Advisory Council, offering youth an opportunity to have a voice and access to command staff within the department. As I understand through YVOV, Youth Voice One Vision, they are paid a stipend quarterly of $150. So part of that is to pay the youth for their service to the Rochester Police Department, to the community, and to have a council of 10 individuals, youths, 2 of which would be placed on the Police Chiefs Interaction Committee. I think sometimes when we have these conversations throughout the community, what we're lacking is youth voice. And I think this is an opportunity for one, offer them career development opportunities, get an opportunity to see what goes on in the police department, and also they would be sort of like constituents within their, where they live. So we're gonna be strategic about placing those students on the Youth Advisory Council.
Can I ask how many students or youth are you looking for, and what are the age ranges that you're recruiting for?
About 10, I believe the age range is 14 to 19.
I'd like to learn more about how, and what's the entry requirement and stuff. If you can send that to me, you don't have to answer it now.
We have a whole program right up on it, and I can send it to you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Spall.
Thank you. So I'm going to make a very brief political statement, then I have a question. So trauma, economic disparity, and racism are the gateway drugs in our community and across the world. So that's that. I'm wanting to hear any specific strategies for these new wonderful stations that are kind of come on, and particularly the one on Goodman. We had an event about a month ago at East High School. You saw a lot of neighbors coming, welcoming you guys, and even Mike Mazzio was there. I see you, Mike. He's looking down. Anyway, it was a good beginning, and there has been just a little bit of pushback, but not much. And as you have a presence there, so I'm just wondering what we have plans particularly in these new venues, to build in the interest along the way and not just wait till it's under construction. So is there a plan, or can we help with that? The neighborhood leadership is ready. And even those voices that weren't so sure, I think, are going to be quieter as you start to really show some energy there.
Well, I think when they did the study back in 2014, there was a large community feedback that wanted to return to neighborhood sections. And part of that, like you said, will be, one, focusing on crime prevention officers, talking about that at neighborhood meetings. We plan this summer to train each and every crime prevention officer on a lot of the dashboards that we have.
Great.
And part of that will be the planning to talk about the section offices and continue that conversation within the community. We talk about co-locating the neighborhood service center within the RPD facilities as well. I think it's a one-stop shopping for most, and I think most people will be pleased with that.
I agree. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions for the police department? Hearing none? Okay, thank you. Thank you so much for coming through. We appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
Yep, thank you. How much time we got left? Oh, we got a little space of time. Okay. The problem is that if you schedule them, we'll have more like we ended up the first day. Yeah, because RPD could have been. Yeah, it's first time. Right. Thank you. Yep, thanks guys. Take care.
So, yeah, so taking on a new challenge, about the same.
Well, you're certainly well qualified
Thank you
for
very
the
much.
position,
I appreciate that.
and everybody speaks highly of you.
Thank you. I appreciate that. All right, Joe, take care.
Yep.
in an ideal
take
world.
it away for like a major incident. So just normal staffing levels outside of major incidents. So you don't want this necessarily going forward, you just want a historical look at it for now.
it's one of those deals where if, you know, this one particular beat is always the one that's short, nobody gets covered. The most important piece is that you understand. Because Joan will be the one that accounts. I don't understand. So I had a neighbor literally across the hall. But anyways, I mean, there is one great emphasis on stand up. You know, and if you get through that, and I'm like laughing, and I'm like, oh shit, I'm walking down the hall, muttering to the damn self too. But I don't see the reason to check myself in. So, you're okay, man, you don't worry about it. And my kids grew up with this smart neighbor across the hall, and they're like, okay, no problem.
When I was here, I was point. It was 3 students, not across the room. There was a gentleman across the room. Single mile. Okay. Some. And there were 3 ladies. Some over there. We just one day.
Oh, okay, fine, no problem. You just said, and the other thing that's so cool about it, so you live downtown. Jiva had a deal where they actually would sing. So Anthony Germany was in the building all the time. It's like he lived in Rochester. He was in Rochester so often. It was like, who even knows who in the hall is?
Right. They had a
Okay, we are reconvened. We will now hear from the Department of Neighborhood and Business Development, Neighborhood NBD's budget. Thank you, Commissioner Mohammed, for being here. I'll give you the opportunity to introduce your staff and also make any statements that you may want to make before we get into questioning.
Good afternoon, Council. Behind me today, I have, and beside me, I have Gary Kirkmeyer, the Director of Buildings and Zoning, Director Miller, Director of Business Housing Services. We have Mary Kay Kendrick, Doreen Kirkmeyer, Daisy Algarin, Nancy Johns-Price, Paul Scuderi, Johanna Santiago, Carol Wheeler, Kurt Martin, Thad Schofield, Ann DeSilva Taylor, James Demps, Carlos Torres, and we have some of our other NBD family sitting here in the audience, ready to answer questions that we need support for.
Thank you. Can you talk? Obviously, this is it's a big budget, very important departments in the city. So we'll take questions on all sections of the budget. My colleagues, I'll start off with some questioning. My first question is that one of the big significant changes is you are looking for executive director of Redco. Can you talk a little bit about that, what the vision for that is? And I'm looking here, you're going to have someone starting off at 0.35 of a position. Is that correct?
Yes.
So can you?
You mean 35?
Right. Yep.
Right.
Give us a little background on that.
Yes. So this position, executive director of Rochester Economic Development Corporation. Right now, I sit in the seat as Commissioner MBD and also President of Redco. Primarily, Redco has been used as an economic development engine. We provide low-interest loans, grants for some of the business that you've seen in the area, whether they've come from the outside or businesses that have grown. This position is coming out of the mayor's desire to expand the capacity of Redco. At one time, Redco was established in 1983. At one time, Redco was involved in development. Redco developed Tops Plaza. Redco built the Mellis Grill building. So the capacity was a lot larger, and that's basically what the mayor would like to see today. We've been working for the past several months with New York State, Empire State Development, and a number of local banks. The role that the banks will play is to provide pre-development loans to businesses along corridors as a reflection of our corridor study. And also ESD is providing $10 million of funding that will go towards projects that we seem fit. So all of that we're calling the Rochester Revitalization Fund, and that's going to need some focus. I think to a certain extent I've made it look easy at times, but we need complete focus on that, and that's really the driver behind this position, to really focus on getting the money out on the corridors through the RRF program, and really focusing on expanding the capacity of Redco. So when it comes to, I'm just going to give you an example, when it comes to retail attraction, there isn't an organization in the city that really focuses on that. We have a number of storefronts, whether that's within our neighborhoods or downtown, that they need retail. They need some sort of retail. We assume that developers know that. Some do, some don't. But there really hasn't been any focus on that. This position or this team will focus on that. Now, with this position, this is a hand-in-hand position. The person and persons will be working directly with business development. There won't be any division, but we know we lack capacity right now within our business development staff to handle this $10 million and another $3.5 million from the bank.
Okay, great. And then before I go to my other colleague, just a quick question. On section 618, under handicap permits issued, I'm looking here, but then also the city clerk's office has also as a key performance indicator handicap permits issued. Who is doing the issuing of the permitting for the handicaps?
So primarily, I believe this function moved, Hazel, about 2 years ago now, or last year?
2016, July.
Well, 3 years ago now, moved to the Neighborhood Service Center. So it's primarily, I think the lion's share of the number you're gonna see reflected. I haven't seen the clerk's numbers, but we do handicap permits. But again, if someone comes in City Hall, they're not getting turned away. So they're being serviced here as well. But we are the primary for the.
So are we working on a way to streamline that? It looks like, because I was looking here, 1819, it's estimated that that the clerk's office is going to do 900, and 1718, they did, the actual number was 559. But the goal is for most of these to be housed within MBD.
Yes.
That's the main place where they're
Yes.
supposed to be going.
And I believe through more outreach, more community engagement with Director Algarin and her team, those numbers should go down. But
So
again, if someone's coming
we're not
in
going
here-
to we're not going to turn them down.
No, the clerk is servicing the public.
Right.
And that's what's happening, and we don't want to stop that. But again, more collaboration with neighborhood groups, neighbor presidents, and really getting the word out there.
But the ultimate goal is for that number to come down and transition over to more so to MBD.
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you. All right, I have others, but I'll yield to my colleagues, Commissioner, Councilmember Gruber, and then Harris.
Thank you. I want to start out by saying how appreciative I am of the thoroughness of the comp plan. I would have hoped to have had it read by now, but just after you gave it to me, you guys gave me this 1,000-page document. So I had to prioritize, and I chose this one first. But I'm really excited about the comp plan. I've been to a ton of the different meetings about it, and I know that it's an incredibly thorough document. That being said, I do have questions about how you begin to weave the comp plan and all these incredible recommendations into a budget when it's probably not going to be adopted until October or November. So, for example, I see somewhere there's about $150,000 allocated to some of the changes in zoning.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's on 624.
Yes.
So there's $150,000 for professional services increase to reflect zoning code and map rewrite expense. Now, that's wonderful, and I would hope that the comp plan is going to lead to some really significant changes in the zoning code. But how do we know what those are at this point, and how do we budget $150,000 for it?
That's
Well, yeah,
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
That is something our team has been working with. I'm going to turn that over to Doreen Kirkmeyer, but you are right. It's a huge document. We provided a guide. I don't have anything to do with the budget document that you received. We wish it was smaller, but it's not. But Doreen Kirkmeyer can talk about how she came up with the $150,000. Now, mind you, this decision wasn't made by her alone. It was our team. Zena is here, Marguerite's here, and Gary. So that was a number that we believe would be appropriate. We know we don't have the capacity in-house to tackle that alone, so we're going to need some help from the outside. But it will be very hands-on. It will be very involved with the community, just as the comp plan was. But we can't make these zoning code changes without the community. As what I've heard from some of you in 2003, this wasn't done absent of the community. So, Doreen, if you could elaborate, or Gary. Okay.
Yeah, let me take the first stab here. So, a city our size typically is going to cost double that to do a total rewrite of a zoning code. We don't envision that being the issue here. So we're going to take first step is to analyze what the gaps are. And so we'll try to do as much as we can in-house and then assess from there how much consulting we need. Certainly there'll be a lot of opportunity for community feedback, as there is as part of the draft comprehensive plan. But we hope to do an internal analysis and see how big that gap is, whether it's a total rewrite or just amendments.
And so the 150 is predominantly for outside consulting services?
It is entirely for outside services, yes.
Got you. And so let's assume there's adoption of the comp plan in the late fall, and there's some changes. I mean, I've heard Doreen say before that, you know, the expectation is that there's changes from today to the time of adoption. So let's assume that there are some changes. We don't know what they are. We adopted in October. When do you think we will, like, what's the timeline for knowing what the zoning changes are, and then how quickly can we go out and find the consultants to do the work?
I think you'll see, you know, we'll start to do an assessment in the first quarter. We'll start our part of it. You know, how much and how long it'll take us to do that depend on staffing and all our other demands. But our intent is to begin right away, and even though we're still in a draft comprehensive plan, to look at as it's written now, what are those gaps? We already have well documented most of them. And we certainly are, you know, we're going to continue to evolve the zoning code anyway. So there'll probably be some engagement with council on the zoning code and certain amendments between now and then. But a more full rewrite probably won't take place, maybe not even this year. You know, it depends on how much we have to redo.
Thanks.
Councilmember Harris?
So I would like to look at the nuisance advisory board. Certainly a little bit familiarity with how it used to work. They do great work, and I'd just like to know a little bit more about what it's morphed into. I heard that there's now a citywide process. I'm looking at page 619. And I see that you have a nuisance abatement point system. So how does that correlate and work with the nuisance advisory board as it is today?
So about 2 years ago, we did a study of the nuisance points and how they were being applied. And we had some serious concerns from both residents and businesses about the nuisance point system. And so we revamped it, and it's under the Neighborhood Service Center. And Daisy, you can talk about how it's operating today.
Councilmember Harris, the Nuisance Advisory Board is made up of 9 members, 2 members from each quad, a business owner and a resident, with 1 member from the Southwest/Center City representing residents and businesses. The nuisance abatement point system to date has issued 139 points, 139 properties with points, and we have a total of 53 properties that have come forward to work on abatement plans. The board has heard, the board has heard 1 case only, and the board presence is requested by the constituent that has received the points.
Okay, thank you. So I also see here that you guys have worked to reduce the number of nuisance cases escalated to the NAB board, and that would prevent the city from filing Chapter 10, 12, closing on properties through the process of Chapter 10, 12 filings. Can you tell me a little bit more about that?
Absolutely. So the spirit of the legislation was to reduce any property closures, and by providing an opportunity to the property owners to come forward and sit down with us face to face, let's work on an abatement plan. Let's find out why the property is going through this nuisance activity. We have found that that really is the best method. We've also now posted the points on the property. So for example, if a property is going to be receiving a recommendation of 10 points, we physically post a document on the property, and almost, I could tell you within 24 hours, in most of the cases, we hear back from the property owner. They call us, they want to sit down and find out what's going on because they've been contacted either by their tenants or they happen to see it themselves. So that has opened up the door for immediate communication.
Thank you. And when that communication is filtered through, it goes through the board or it goes through your department?
It comes first to the nuisance, it comes first to the administrators. So the administrator sits down face to face with the property owner, and they work on a plan to address the issue. If they incur additional points and it takes them to the threshold, they can solicit or request before their peers, which is the Nuisance Advisory Board. The nuisance advisory board then proceeds to hear the case, make a recommendation to the administrator if they're going to recommend that the points get issued or not issued.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And I'd like to go into, I'm sorry, just get to that page here. I also see that, I'm excited to see that on page 611, you have, the city has a plan to implement a 2019-20 plan to sell 30 homes. I'd like to know more about what that plan and what's included in that plan, and what population are you trying to sell the homes to?
This 30-plus homes comes from our surplus sale, from our foreclosures. Right now, that's to whoever the highest bidder, will be. But going forward, I think the mayor mentioned in the last hearing about a housing team that she formed to really work on strategies that'll strengthen our ability to put home owner occupants in these homes. So Dana, if you want to elaborate.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner. What we have done in the team that was formed is really to take a look at a few specific things. What types of homes are in demand that we don't really have any supply of in the city? We currently have, for example, lots of folks who say they'd like to have a home on a single floor because they'd like to age and stay in the house, but we have virtually no homes on single floors. We've heard people ask about other types of homes, tiny homes and other things. So the team is looking at that, but part of that examination of different types of homes is how we can strengthen the owner-occupant population of homes. So what we're really having to do is look for homes that are in better shape to be acquired and then have those homes sold. The thing we really can't do is sell homes that are in really bad shape to owner-occupants. It's very difficult for them to get funding to do the rehab. It's very difficult to get funding for any kind of mortgage. So part of it is getting better homes, and part of it is actually then working with lending institutions to find out better ways to get rehab loans or other ways that the homes could be financed and also rehabbed.
Oh, thank you.
The city has a number of different programs and avenues for housing. And so, I mean, when we look at the number of different ways through the land bank, people can acquire property through tax foreclosure, through our Greater Rochester Housing Partnership, first-time homebuyers programs that we do. And so there are multiple different ways. The 30 homes is minimum for that tax foreclosure. But when we look at overall, the amount of properties that have been sold, acquired by first-time homebuyers or through the land bank and other programs that we have, it's more than that.
Thank you. That's good news. I pretty much was interested in, just curious as to know how those 30 homes were sold, you plan to sell those 30 homes. And I also figured that it would be also kind of tied into the 10 homes that you have that are rehabbed. There's like kind of, is that the same or is it a separate plan?
It's separate. So
Okay.
we have multiple different programs that we have. And so the 30 homes is through tax foreclosure sales surplus. We have the Greater Rochester Housing Partnership, which is the rehab of homes that would be sold to owner occupants. The land bank also has programs that they are working on that is not reflected right here. The housing department on a daily basis, they're meeting with residents that want to become a first-time home buyer, and are those are homes that's on a private market that we give closing cost assistance to, and they go through a training program. And so there's a multitude of different ways that people can become a home owner in multiple different programs that we have with the city.
Thank you. Thank you.
Councilmember Clifford and then Ortiz.
Great, thank you. Just wanted to go back to the Redco position. So Commissioner, this person will report to you?
Yes.
And then what's the relationship with the board? Is that a
Well-
advisory relationship? Is that how that works?
No, the CEO is also governed, by the board as well. And when we talk about direction, these decisions are made jointly with the REDCO board.
And will the CEO have goals? What will the
Ye-
KPIs be?
Yes, those are, will be developed with the board.
There's-
I
Go ahead.
talked about the RRF earlier. We have a retreat with the board coming up, I believe, next week. But we want to begin to develop some of those KPIs with the board. As we expand capacity, this number of board members probably don't remember when we developed Tops Plaza. I don't know if, well, some of them, maybe one of them, they were recipients of $25 million of dues. But to get this amount of money from the state and also to this cooperative relationship with the bank, we need to come up with those goals together. But I did talk earlier about, retail attraction. We need to market our city. Our team does a great job, and I believe all the departments do, but is it really focus on marketing our city? People come here all the time. We have a visit this week from the National League of Cities, and I think the mayor and everyone here that have been ambassadors, including myself. But it's kind of like we do it here, there. This REDCO now needs to begin to focus on our future and marketing our city and all the great opportunities that we have.
I'm going to steal a comment from our planning director. We're managing a city for growth and not a city for decline. And so because we're managing a city for growth, we need to think a little bit differently about how we provide economic development opportunities to not only the businesses that are here, but the ones that we're trying to attract. And that takes us being able to have someone do this job full time, of really going out to different conferences, like South by Southwest, other conferences in partnership with our business partners to actually sell the city of Rochester. We have a number of different opportunities that have come to us by GRE or even the chamber, but we want to make sure that we are in the best position, given the support that we're receiving from the bank partnership, the state of New York, to really put those dollars to use. One of the other things is that other cities are really focusing on opportunity zones and really looking at how they're utilizing those zones to actually develop strategies and develop plans. And that has to be a full-time position and job for somebody to really coordinate that through economic development. We've just gone through a corridor study that we will put to great use in, of course, with the comprehensive plan. So all of these things go hand in hand.
Thank you. Yeah, I was just curious about, obviously we still have business development within the department and other places, so how those work together. And obviously it's a bracket 35, so that's a pretty hefty position. I think it's higher than any of the other directors. So if they're kind of out there on their own, just kind of,
So they definitely won't be out there on their own, but comparatively to other cities around the country, that's still less than many of the economic development executive directors are earning. The other part about this is working in partnership with our partners through GRE, Chamber, as well as the Finger Lakes Regional Economic Development Council, and that pay is less than all of those as well. And so we're trying to be competitive, but also trying to make sure that we get someone that is committed to building economic development opportunities for the city and really focused on that. It's imperative that we are in a situation where we need to really focus on not just retaining our current businesses, but actually going out and attracting businesses and working diligently to bring those businesses to Rochester. And if we're not there, if we're not selling ourselves, then nobody else will. And I've looked at this for the last 6 years, looked across the nation at what other cities have been able to do. Thankful that RIT gave us a resident, a professor on loan, Dr. D.T. Ogilvy, who's here as well. But we need to step our game up, or else we're going to be left behind.
Thanks. It's interesting that you raised that, because one of the items that I saw that was not included in the NBD budget is anything about the Port of Rochester RFP process. And now that we have been unsuccessful with two attempts here, I'm hopeful that maybe the Red Coast CEO will take that up. And I know, Commissioner, you and I talked a little bit about whether or not we want to revisit maybe the parcels there and how they're configured. Maybe there's some other opportunities there, but I appreciate that, Mayor. There's also an additional position, the CDBG coordinator. How was that handled before, and what will this person do differently?
Well, two years ago, Vicki Waring, she went to Wavering, excuse me. She transferred to DES, and Mary Kay Kendrick backfilled her position. We did an evaluation, ended up being a little longer than we thought. So that person, helps manage over $12 million of CDBG that we get. NBD manages all of the community development block grant. So there are a number of forms. There's a annual action plan. There's a 5-year strategic plan, and there are always new documents that HUD is requiring. This position, as I mentioned earlier, was filled by Mary Kay, but we have been absent of it for the last 2 years. And we worked with the budget director and the mayor and explained the importance of filling that position. And I think our team, I know our team has done a great job the last couple of years, but we definitely are feeling the pain, and it benefits every department in the city and all of the citizens. So it was imperative that we filled that.
Focus again. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Ortiz and then Spall.
There's a couple more questions on the nuisance, the new version of it. Daisy, when you mentioned the number of properties that have been assessed points and how many have gone to abatement, that leaves, I think, about 86 or so that, they've not engaged with us in any way, shape, or form?
Councilmember Ortiz, no, that doesn't mean that. What it means is that they have not reached the threshold. So in the process where they are, they necessarily don't have to have an abatement plan, but we are still talking to them. So this is about, if I open up the spreadsheet, I would have maybe around 10 to 12 steps. They could be about halfway there, and they just haven't reached the point where they would have to have an abatement plan where it's mandatory. What we have here, out of the 20 that have reached threshold, 20 have to have abatement plans. So you see 33 extras because they came in voluntarily to have an abatement plan, although they did not need one.
Okay.
So that's our goal, to try to get that number even higher.
Okay. And each of those that have been assessed, we're making them aware of this new advisory council that's citywide for them if they wanted to have it appealed, if you will.
Absolutely.
Okay.
That's part of the process, and they do get it in writing.
Okay. And have we heard anything additional? Obviously, we had the issue with the original program and how it was constructed with our, the legality of it and what have you. Since the changes have been implemented, have we heard any other additional concerns from community and those who had previously voiced those concerns about the new version that we have at this point?
I have not heard it directly, but one of the things that we put in place was the nuisance abatement point system leadership team. That was a recommendation from the report. That team consists of staff, and we meet quarterly to address any concerns or issues or maybe glitches in the process so that we can correct them.
Okay. And I don't know if it was provided to us before, I apologize if it has, but can we get an update, or not an update, but the list of those who are the current members of the new advisory board?
Absolutely.
Wonderful. One of them is just a general question on the restructuring that we did when we had moved. So I'm just curious, an update and thoughts on how things have been going with the changes when you put planning and zoning and everything all together. Just since we made all of those changes, how's it going?
I think, we're 2 years in now. I can overall say it's work in progress. I think it's going well to have that centralized under Gary Kirkmeyer in buildings and zoning. As a person has, over 30 years experience and can bring teams together. I believe, we're servicing customers. It's more seamless because you have everyone under one roof. But Gary, if you could elaborate on how you feel.
Sure. So whenever you are able to put every aspect of a process under one authority or within one area, it certainly sets you up to be successful because it gives you the opportunity to identify any and all efficiencies along the whole process, right? Not just part of it. So we believe we have identified and implemented additional changes that create enhanced efficiencies. We know that the customers are satisfied because the last 2 quarters we've had 100% satisfaction rate. From a code enforcement operation, that's pretty difficult to attain. So we think it's going well. We're hearing that it's going well, and we're going to keep keeping on.
Is that 100% satisfaction? That based on surveys or based on?
Yeah. So everybody that goes through either a C of O process or a C of C, which is any of our permitting processes, gets a satisfaction survey at the end of the process. We look at those every quarter. It's a reported number in the KPIs.
Okay.
And so we read those every quarter.
Right, and so that's just from the code enforcement piece of it, not necessarily because one of the things that we would get complaints about many times is kind of the lack of coordination, if you will, between permitting and code enforcement and all, which is obviously one of the reasons we did this. But from the permitting perspective, is there feedback that's provided for that portion of itself?
So the satisfaction surveys go from the point of intake or the point of notice, so that's our support staff in the permit office, to the point of application submitted, which also is the permit office, to the review process, which is zoning and the plan review, to the inspections and code enforcement. So it covers the whole, all 3 of those areas.
Great. Wonderful. I mean, I don't think I've ever seen anything with 100% satisfaction, so.
Come on down and read them.
I think that's great. One of the other questions that I had on the legislation that we had passed regarding property maintenance contacts, if you will, can you give us, how is that going? And if you could refresh our memory, number of rental properties we have, and I know that it was based on C of O renewal and complaints potentially to get it in there, but how's it going? Total rental properties that have it listed, how many more we have to go over the next few years?
So I can't speak verbatim to how many are in the system now, although we can extract that data. It is in the system. I know that all 4,000 C of O applications that come in annually, we know that they submit them because if they don't, it's a violation that prevents the issuance of the C of O. All the complaints that we take as new complaints, that's about 3,500 a year. That won't conclude if we don't have their information in the system. So roughly you're dealing with about 7,500 or so new submissions every year. That's on top of the people that proactively reach out. So we have property managers, owners of hundreds of units that proactively reach out to give us that data because they want us to have that data. That's important for them, for us to have that data so we can reach out to them when we get a call or a concern from a tenant. So, this stuff is going to get into building blocks. It's in the property information system now, as you know. We did get the C of O information in building blocks. There's a few additional datas that we've added to building blocks in the past couple months. We've got owner location in there now, which you can go into building blocks now and see how many owners live in the city, how many live within the state, and how many live outside the state with a click of a button. So we've added a lot of things to building blocks, but I think, that population of property maintenance contact is just going to keep growing and growing. And people generally comply.
Wonderful. And then one last question that I had was on the the resident association support. I know that we had talked a number of different times, and I see something on here that says, to support and the Northeast Neighborhood Association and Block Clubs continue to partner and promote. But in the conversations that we had in terms of providing financial assistance, the same way we do business associations, or potentially other in-kind ways, if we can, to support associations. Daisy, do we have any updates or plans to be able to make good on some of those requests?
Sorry. Councilmember Ortiz, yes, we have begun conversations with philanthropic organizations, and the conversation has been well received. Also, I've been requested to provide some kind of overview of what we're looking for. In addition to that, as far as technical assistance, I think that's going well. As you know, we've sat down with the neighborhood presidents to provide some guidance in regard to their organizational structure. And back in, I think it was May 20th, they met with the administrators, and it's about they, meaning a volunteer group that came forward to work on behalf of all the presidents, and they have crafted a draft document of which they will bring to all the presidents in, I believe it's June 24th. So technical assistance has gone well, but in regards to the financial assistance, we continue to work with our philanthropic community and introduce the opportunity to those groups.
Okay.
And we just had an announcement with Five Star Bank, who has made this a part of their effort as well, to be able to fund neighborhood association groups with different projects that they have, and give the community an opportunity to actually be a part of it, in a pledge to match dollar for dollar up to $50,000. Is it 50 or 25? 50, up to $50,000. And so a number of the neighborhood association presidents were there, and so we're thankful for that program.
Wonderful. And I guess just one more question on that. I know maybe it was just a conversation that you and I had, Daisy, but opportunities for the neighborhood service centers themselves to maybe be organized in such a way where not just for a few of them where that's their meeting hubs, but really kind of a centralized area for all groups within that quadrant. So for example, ideas of like even the Northeast Neighborhood Service Center, potentially helping with printing, or potentially helping with community regular meeting space, more of us like the free Wi-Fi and things like that. Have we done any more discussions or updates on being able to reorganize it so it's more of a, I don't know, a community-friendly room that not necessarily you always have to reserve, I guess?
Right. So, yes, we actually, not formally, but informally, the administrators have welcomed the groups to use the space. We actually encourage them to do so. I could tell you from experience at the Northeast, I know that is one of the rooms, because it's a large room and it has a lot of parking and it's easily accessible right off the street. It gets used a lot. But we encourage that in all the neighborhood service centers. In regards to providing things like printing, it's something that we have to talk about, because actually that has an impact on the budget.
Right.
So, I mean, I could see us printing 1 or 2 forms, but we have to really give some thought to what kind of support we could provide that would give us a monetary cost. So, yes.
Okay, great. Thank you so much.
I know one of the, oh,
Go ahead.
excuse me, I don't want to lose this point. If Gary or the mayor could elaborate on the City Rise program. Gary, if you could talk about that. I know you see that reflected in our strategic goals, but I just don't want to miss that point. And, you know, some of the great work that our team is doing, and, you know, services and opportunities that are coming to us because of our people.
So, yes, for those of you that may not know the term City Rise is one of 3 Attorney General grant funding streams to basically deal with vacant abandoned properties. Phase 1 of City Rise brought us the building blocks platform that we have, and we display our data out in the public forum. Phase 2 was about community engagement, and in particular the hard-to-reach communities, so the refugee population, our displaced new Americans from Puerto Rico, and the tenant association folks as well. We just recently concluded that first phase of engagement with a retreat at Harvard, where we joined the mayor in a pretty intense 3-day workshop, and that was for the purpose and intent of constructing a phase 3 grant application, which we should conclude at some point in the next couple weeks. Once we do have an idea what we want to have in that application, which is for up to $1 million. Some of that will offset our land management expense, but a great deal of that will also go towards dealing with things that we heard from the tenant populations. So we're still in the constructing phase of that, and then we'll go back out to the tenants and share with them what we think we heard from them and what we want to cover on their behalf, and then finalize it this summer.
Thank you. Councilmember Spall?
Thank you. So this is my 12th budget hearing, and I'm feeling a little nostalgic. Actually, I'm looking at all you wonderful people, and this is the last session of our formal hearings. One of the things I've been thinking so much about, and I know that some of you who I talk to almost every week about this, is the change in 12 years in community advocacy and activism and loud, good, strong, loud voices, sometimes really loud voices. And I'm thinking about, I can't remember in the last 2 or 3 years a project, specifically in the East District, that didn't take multiple, going back, trying again. Heights, it's too high, it's the wrong color, it's in the wrong place, it has to be set back. The encouragement we want to have of neighborhood and citizen engagement is also, I think, presenting an enormous amount of challenges to your team. I'm thinking about zoning and others. And the other thing that happens with projects like this is they have an impact on RPD. They have an impact on DES. They have an impact on traffic. So, you know, the spotlight is now in the Redco position because it's a high position. It sounds like it's going to do some really great things. But I think we need to also think about how you are working very hard across elements in your big department and then across departments. So, you know, there's just, I could give you multiple examples. You know what they are. You know, there was a hotel on East Avenue and a divinity school. I mean, there's just a number of them right now. The other thing that's happening is that, and I said this morning to parking, when you have enormous growth like you have down near around Parcel 5, you have so much new commercial and so many new residents that you also have a pedestrian safety problem now. You have people, a lot of people crossing, a lot of people living there, a lot of people there 24 hours, is a parking issue. So the challenge on you, Commissioner, and all of you folks to really keep up. You're doing a great job, but I don't know, is there any more, so the Redco person's not gonna be able to solve all those things because those are pretty, they're operational. How do you guys work across the different pieces? Do you meet like a project, let's just use East Avenue in the Marriott, which is moving ahead. They're gonna demolish it, I think, Friday, the old one. So how do you work across departments? Well, not across department, well, across elements in the bigger NBD.
Well, thank you for that, Counselor. Sometimes I don't know if people feel our pain.
I feel your pain because I got the pain, believe me.
No, everything you're saying is real, it's valid, we're growing, it's becoming more challenging. We do have a project review team that is cross-sector, DES, okay, RPD. At one time, we didn't have the fire department at the table. And we ran into some issues when I first got here. They're at the table. When we sit here, we don't always agree, but we know it's important to have everyone cross-sector to review this project and help move it forward. You know, how we're managing that, it's long hours, and it's great dedication from our team in NBD. But we don't look at it as just an NBD issue or challenge. I actually love the community engagement. You know, people probably think I'm crazy when somebody's frowning at me back there in my team. I love it because without the community, we can't be a greater city. So it's just managing that and helping projects move forward. So, but it's challenging. There could be some changes in the future, you know, some additions to staff, but you know, right now we're holding on, and we do have, my last point is, if you read in the comprehensive plan, there'll be I think we're calling it an oversight committee that will help us with, you know, our CDBG allocations, our CIP allocations, but it probably will be led by a higher level, maybe by the deputy mayor or the mayor, so we can collaborate and better strategically plan our allocations.
Well, I might write a handbook for developers, by the way, and give them a little advice about how to treat neighborhoods before when they come with a plan that's already done. I'm like, yeah, That's not going to work. So the other thing that I want to think about is, obviously this Redco, we give $40,000 a year to GRE. Will we continue to have that kind of level of investment in another entity when we're doing so much ourselves? Obviously, that's something you have to think about. And same with Visit Rochester and all those other partners. The convention center, we love the convention center. We want it to grow, but we also need cooperation from our hotels. So you've got a lot of challenges ahead in the next 6 months to a year. If we don't get some of the hotels figured out that are proximate to the convention center, a lot of the work you've all been doing, even with Redco and growth down there, is not going to come to fruition. Those are big challenges. These are big pictures you guys are facing every day.
Right. We're working on it all, and I think that that's the reason, why we saw the need to do the comprehensive plan and to really look forward instead of looking backwards. And so the comprehensive plan allows us to manage for growth, manage for our future, and to look at each of the segments and neighborhoods in our community and work with those neighborhoods. And that's why you see in the comprehensive plan a lot about placemaking. And we can have someone, Doreen, talk about the placemaking as it pertains to support for other business development organizations like GRE. Their GRE is focused on the entire Finger Lakes region. The Greater Rochester Visitors Association is focused on Monroe County. Comida is focused on Monroe County. And the chamber is focused on, the region and what we need to do for the region. Our goal really is to focus on Rochester and our city, and to see what are the needs, not just for, and we do a great job of in our neighborhood and business development department of working with businesses that come to us, really being able to support them in many different ways, with whether they have issues around security and need security cameras, whether they want to advertise and providing grants for that, or providing grants for equipment and other things. And so for a long time, we have sat on the, on the periphery or on the sidelines because we were a city in decline. And now we see that our city is being sought after. I just had an interview with, people from internationally that want to come and relocate here. We know we have the Hawkeye facility that they're looking to bring some companies from overseas. That encompasses our airport. How many straight flights do we have? It encompasses, do we have cargo flights that can come in here? So what are our city needs that have been left on the table because we haven't had one person that it was their job really to focus on economic development in the city. Other cities that have experienced that growth, and to be honest with you, 15, 20 years ago, Washington, D.C. had no retail. Washington, D.C. had no retail. And what they did was they built a team. That job was to go to ICSC, go to South by Southwest, go to all these different conventions and conferences and really have a discussion with retail people. We won't have a mall in downtown Rochester, but boutique stores. We have a number of people that are in Rochester that are selling Etsy, selling online, and really talking to them, understanding what their platform is, understanding if they want to expand. Many cities are doing artists in residence, where they are actually doing housing on the upper floors, and especially in places where they don't have any, where they have a lot of vacant retail space. So what they do is they build, or in these corridors where they have a lot of vacant retail space, like along Dewey Avenue and some stretches of Dewey Avenue, you would actually do the upstairs as apartments for artists, and for them to be able to actually do their craft there, and then on the bottom floor be able to sell their product at a reduced or no cost fee. It helps the building owner. It also helps the artist be able to sell their product. But it has become this this way to attract artists to your community, but also to help the artists that are already in your community be able to have a platform in a place in which they sell. And they actually go around to different places across different cities to do this. And so there's many things that we can do. And when we talk about managing a city for growth, many of us were around the table when we had a separate community development department, a separate economic development department, and we merged them. And so in that, we lost a number of people. We, and so we are doing well. I think that this team has done well with what they have, but we need to understand that the world is moving forward. And because they're moving forward and we need to be able to compete, and many of these cities have left a long time ago. So you look at what's happening in Newark, what's happening in Pittsburgh, what's happening in Cincinnati and Cleveland, and what being able to go to different conferences, being able to really get professional development, connecting to other cities, we're seeing what they're doing, and we're recognizing that we have to change how we do business, because if we don't, these opportunities will pass us by. More people are moving back to cities. We talk about, the assessment going up and other things like that. So we're working on it all, but we really need to, part of doing the planning department and really focusing on comprehensive plan and executing that, looking at the way that we're zoned in certain parts of our city, like Hudson Avenue. It's completely zoned residential. So if a business wanted to come there, they have to go through all of these changes in order to actually locate their business there. So we actually, through our processes as a city, have actually hindered, in sometimes, some of the growth that needs to happen. And so we're going to be looking at all of that, and it's going to take us a while to get there. But I think that, at the same time, we have to maintain our essential services. We have to maintain what we do on a daily basis. We have to maintain being able to do permits and all of that for electricians and all of that. And so that's going to take us also maintaining what we have, but also looking at, okay, what else do we need in order to get there? And that's why we're doing it the way that we're doing it.
So I totally agree, because as much as we love these other folks, they want relocation of businesses. They don't really care where they go, to be honest. I mean, they're happy to have them come. We have proven, we all remember when the Armory was just empty and ugly, and we were told you'll never be able to build on it. It's covered with ash and terrible things. It'll never be able to put a building up on it. And we partnered with a developer who showed us what we could do, and that's just one example. So, and Eastman, I mean, you just are over and over again proving people wrong, and our city is absolutely on the rise. I want to talk about something completely different for a second, because even though we're doing so well with so much, we still have some folks who are living on our streets, and we did the best we could, and it's actually going pretty well. I know that you were there on Clean Sweep, and other people have. We have an encampment that is about as good as you can get for what we're able to provide, but we have to have a long-range goal, a long-range commitment, and figure this out over time. I mean, I know that you all know that we have a city that cares deeply for those who are most vulnerable, but there's also just some basic needs that we need to meet there. We're doing the best we can, actually doing pretty well. They have a solar station and charging station, and some people may say, well, Councilmember Spall, you've made them so comfortable they'll never leave. That is not the goal. We're working very, very hard with housing, and John Oster, who is not here, I don't see John. He's a great young force. I appreciate that. But it is something we have to think about down the road. We solved a problem. You, Mayor, call you Lovely, and we solved a problem for a short time. We haven't solved the problem for long term. I'm going to do my best to stay involved even after I'm not sitting here because it's my day job as well. But we have to be proud of every single thing we do, and we're so proud of the growth and the development and the comp plan and so much, and arts. But we have some really vulnerable folks. So I'm grateful to you for taking the first steps, but we've got to keep at that. And so it's important to remember those not as well, doing as well.
And we definitely will. And we're in constant talks with the community land management team and as well as CURO with the Continuum of Care program. And so we are doing our best to manage some of those needs. But I don't want to give the false impression that we won't have people that want to live outside for,
always.
for 20 years or generations to come.
Yep.
It's a matter of dignity and providing them with a safe place to be able to do that. And so we're thankful to the council as well as the community partners that stepped up to be able to help us with that. And we're looking at some other options there that can bring some, some sort of uniformity that we're going to try out with DES and talking to some of the residents there. But it's a constant changing. This is one of the reasons why when Dana was talking about what we're looking for now is really what do people want and do we have it to provide for them. And so we have a number of seniors that want ranch style housing. We have a number of people that want tiny homes. We have people that want co-op living. We have people that want to, live in more townhome style living as well. And so developing and looking at how we actually provide property, where we provide property, where we're doing investment and all of that. That's part of what our planning department is looking at. That's part of what they'll be doing when we talk about placemaking. And Doreen, I don't know if you want to talk a little bit more about placemaking now, since I think that's a key strategy that came out of the comprehensive plan that I know we gave you the budget book right alongside it, basically. But I think that is something that's very, very important to highlight from the comprehensive plan, because it is going to be how we truly inform and build neighborhoods around our community that's responding to the needs of every neighborhood and not looking at the city as just one entity, but basically many neighborhoods that make up our entire city. So Doreen, do you want to talk about placemaking?
Sure, I can do that. So I know many of you have already heard this spiel, but the placemaking plan in the city's draft comprehensive plan is a unique feature for comprehensive planning. Most comprehensive plans have what they call a land use section, and it's about separating uses and where you're going to put uses throughout the city and how you're going to fit them next to each other and those edges. The placemaking plan in Rochester 2034 is more of, it's a holistic view or holistic look at what makes a city or what makes a neighborhood or what makes an intersection a place where people want to be, all the factors that come into play. So it's about uses, it's about public infrastructure, it's about transportation, it's about investment areas, prior investment, it's about trails and parks and resource centers and schools. All those things make a place. And so we're putting all of those things together in a placemaking plan. So all of those things are looked at. And not just talking about where should residential go versus where should commercial go. So it's a lot around mixing uses, and how do we engage people in a neighborhood and in a community. So it's a really interesting online. It's a very interactive section. You can pan around the placemaking plan and zoom in. There's a lot of clickable things on there. Give a shout out to my team and Kevin Kelly especially for creating it. But it is a really, it's a special part of this plan and makes our plan unique. So I urge you to take a look at it.
Thank you. Last year, you talked about possibly having these quality of life teams. I didn't see those listed again in this year's budget. How did that work out? Are we still doing that, and it's just not listed because it's an ongoing kind of part of what you do in general? And then we're gonna look at specifically addressing concerns in the corridor.
Yeah, that is still going on. Daisy can elaborate. I know RPD has had some changes in leadership, but that still continues. I think we have a meeting coming up very soon. Daisy, if you just want to elaborate on that.
Yes, the quality of life teams, when we initially launched, were not launched with a lot of detail. We actually, a lot of us cross departments, well, RPD, RFD, and NMBD got together, and we put together a strategy and the type of nuisance properties we were going to go after, which primarily were chronic properties. But then we got a little bit distracted with putting together the legislation, and RPD had some changes. So we agreed this year, early in January, to reconvene. And I've met a couple times with Chief Singletary, and we're going to proceed with these teams meeting. Our first meeting is actually, our second meeting, this should be coming up September. And by that time, they've had some new staff come in, and these changes have all been settled. So we're going to be able to, again, meet regularly across the 3 different departments.
Great, excellent. And also this Redco thing, I just wanted to say that this is a great opportunity for the city because it really gives us the opportunity to sell ourselves. I don't think anyone can sell the city better than the folks in this room, and I think that Redco really will create a great opportunity for the city to be in a position to really sell and market ourselves. And there are models out there that, Newark being one of them, that I think that we could follow in terms of bringing some great economic opportunities for the city. I always tell people who are complaining about the city, I tell them to move somewhere else. Because every place has problems. And I tell people a jerk in Rochester is going to be a jerk in Florida. So we have to look at what we're doing as individuals within the city of Rochester to try to improve, and I think the Redco presents that opportunity. Mayor, can you talk a little bit about some of the places that are using this model that Redco could likely use, and some of the success that they've had?
Actually, I don't have to talk about it. I believe is DT still here?
She's here.
She's here. Can you want to come to the mic and talk a little bit about it?
Sorry, DT, I didn't mean to put you on the spot. I didn't see you. I didn't see you in the audience.
Is it working?
Yep.
Yeah, I think Newark is a perfect example. One of the things we realized with Newark is we have a lot of assets that weren't being marketed. Assets that are important to people. What you want to do in a city is you want to have people come in, spend their money, and then leave. Because you don't want to have to support them, right? It's like any business. So having a person, we set up a department actually to promote the city and also to act sort of as an ombudsperson for people coming in. To give them, if people are interested in Newark, they're thinking about starting a business, they need a point of contact to help them. And so that person would be able to direct them to whatever services that they need into appropriate departments and so forth. That has worked very well. Newark was very similar to Rochester, maybe even worse, when I went to Newark in '94. But over the years, working with various groups, then working with Mayor, Sharp James and then Cory Booker, we started instituting some practices to really make a difference in the city. In terms of growth, in terms of we created, I was the incorporator of BCDC, Brick City Development Corporation, which is the economic development arm of the city of Newark. It's since changed when Ras Baraka became mayor. But I think they're going to go back to the old model because the model they tried to implement wasn't working too well. But the purpose of that particular organization was to manage business growth and entrepreneurship growth. And then with the center that I created at Rutgers and training entrepreneurs to be more successful, to be more effective, working in hand with the city and with various community organizations, that has made a tremendous impact. Puts over $150 million, maybe more now, on an annual basis into the economy, creating over 600 new jobs. So there are a lot of things that we can do. Other cities are doing things. If you look at what happened with Pittsburgh, with arts, how that fueled the growth there and changed Pittsburgh. And also, I'm working actually on a research project with a couple of folks looking at how arts has helped transform Newark. So there are a lot of examples around the country, but I think what we can do is take advantage of the various different things that people are doing and put them all here in Rochester with the Rochester flair to it, Rochester twist, because you can't just pick up a program and just plop it down. 20-some years ago, I wrote a paper on community economic development, community-based economic development, and I think the point that Elaine made is critical. Getting the community involved rather than putting something there. I remember I was talking to a person here in Rochester who built some housing for, I guess, low-income people and thought they were going to flock to the housing. He didn't get them involved in it, and he was very disappointed that nobody wanted his housing. Well, you have to talk to people and find out what their needs are, what they want, and then work with them. And I think that's what the mayor is doing very effectively, more so than maybe in some other communities where they don't do that. So there are a lot of ideas that we can bring to the table. The mayor has talked about some. There's some other ones. Somebody mentioned the port. So I actually have been in, working with Heidi Zimmermeyer. Is that it? Heidi, anyway.
Yep.
To talk about a port in Argentina, Puerto Madero, and I will send some information. I had just sent the commissioner a note about who was managing that project. But there are a lot of lessons we can learn from what other people have done. So one of my jobs is, because I look at stuff all over the world actually, is to bring those ideas and help to effectively implement them here in the city of Rochester. Rochester has so much potential and so many assets going for it. And as the mayor mentioned, they're not really marketing it. Or we're not marketing it, I should say. And I think if we start doing that, if we create this, and you can't wait till you get there. So you have to start marketing where you want to be now, and then the growth will start coming, and people will start looking at the city in a certain way. You have the history of businesses that started here. You have technology. You have your golf courses. You have the educational system with all the universities and colleges. Those are assets. Those are things that people like. You have a pretty good restaurant ecosystem here that could be embellished, and we can do things. One of the things you need are grocery stores. And there are examples of very successful grocery stores around the country, and we can take those lessons and examples and use them to create a business to train people to work in restaurants. Much as in Philadelphia many years ago, there was the restaurant school, and that actually fueled a restaurant renaissance in Philadelphia. They taught people how to run a restaurant as a business, not because you love to cook or you make great dishes. You know, many great cooks have failed because they didn't run their restaurant as a business. So if we can start bringing those kind of ideas here and implementing them, training restaurants, training our school kids to be entrepreneurs, providing resources to help students to start businesses more easily, which will allow them to stay here, which is what most of the parents or people who live here want, especially if their kids go to school here, want them to stay. But creating an environment where people want to stay, making Rochester a destination for a lot of different folks. More money that comes in, the more money can stay in the community. If you can increase the multiplier effect, even a little bit, it can have a tremendous impact.
Thank you. Thank you. I think there's great, great examples, and that's why I'm looking forward to this new iteration of Redco. Councilmember Gruber, you had a couple other questions.
I do. Thanks. I want to get to my questions, but I like to look at the KPIs of the department. So I'd like to look at 612 for a second. And I noticed that there's a lot of things that were measured in 17-18 that are no longer measured or non-applicable. And I'm just wondering, is one of the goals of the comp plan as well, and all the work that Dr. Ogilvie will be doing, are we going to be reimagining some of these KPIs?
I think we need to look at everything on an annual, semi-annual basis. Our economy is constantly changing. So we need to really look at that. Dana came in, I think it was last year. Yeah, last year. It seems like longer. and really looked at and worked with our business development team, the director there, Thad, and his team, and everyone, Carol and De Silva, what do we really want to measure? And this is what we came up with last year. I am not going to sit here and say, I'm not a stagnant type of person. So we believe in growth. We believe in change. We have to look at this. And next year it could be something different. We don't look to do this all the time, but we got to look at impact. What are we really measuring? Dana?
And the Empire Zone program is no longer is discontinued. So that's a state program, and so that that whole section is discontinued. That's why we're not measuring that anymore. And you know, as it pertains to the MWBE businesses, we're doing a lot of that in finance and in partnership with finance. And so the MWBE officer is actually working on maintaining that, and you'll see some of those KPIs there.
Sure. I was referring more to the things in the promoting development and facilitating business growth. And I understand, like, I'm not trying to say that these are the KPIs we have to stick to. I'm more just trying to understand, I mean, even what Dr. Ogilvie just said, there's just a lot of fluidity in this stuff. And we also, the way I describe this to constituents all the time is that, you know, the Rochester 2034 is not a silver bullet, but it is 400 pages long. And we should have most of the stuff that we want to capture should be in there, and we should find a way to translate it into how we actually see the city function. And so I'd like to make sure that some of this stuff gets translated into KPIs so that next year, and I understand why it's not done at this point, but so that next year we can see how that plan is actually working. You know, I look here specifically at the property sales revenue. The, you know, actual in 17-18 was 1.74. Estimated this year is 960, and now we're going back up to estimating 1.7 for 19-20. I mean, those numbers, I don't see the pattern to them, and I'd like to.
Yeah, I mean, as we RFP parcels for development, we sell land. That goes back to some of the things I was discussing earlier, looking outwardly, promoting our city. In a few days, couple weeks, we've refined it a little bit. We've come up with a website that showcases, we're starting out with 18 sites. But this website will begin, we can push it out to developers. We can share it with you, with the mayor as she travels. A developer will be able to developer or anybody will be able to log on this site. They'll be able to find out what's the acreage. It'll be highlighted, whether it has a phase 1, phase 2, whether there's any geotech. And as we get more information, we will feed that information into the website. So property sales, through my observation, have been intentional, like the inner loop. But some of them, when you start to see development projects, it might have been land that we didn't even know was ours. And I'm pretty confident once you see this website, you're gonna ask yourself, damn, I didn't know that was us. I didn't know that was our property. As I did, and I work in the department. So we have to face outwardly, and we have to know what we have, but this is one of those. And as a result, you will possibly see the land sales increase. But again, even with that, we're just not trying to just sell land. We want to make sure it's a good project and it benefits the community.
Sure.
And we had a number of projects that was slated, that we estimated or budgeted to close in the 2018-19 budget year that is either did not close or was put back. And so, or they'll close in the 19-20 year.
Got
And
it.
so some of these are projects that we know about that we estimate are going to sell, and therefore we're putting a dollar amount to it based on our assessed value or what it was assessed at. So you know, and if it doesn't close, then that's why you'll see that decrease. And then you have some of it roll over into the next year.
Understood. Thank you. Just a couple other questions, then I know Council Chair is going to take the mic away from me. But I do want to ask about some of the stuff with Peter Hungerford. So I know this was the first time in, I think, in a long time, or maybe ever, that we were able to bring a lawsuit of that magnitude to the courts, talking about basically gross negligence of a property. And I'm not asking for an update, because I know we can't get that in public right now as things are in the courts, but I am wondering, is there a strategy? I've heard, I know that Councilmember Ortiz has tried to spearhead some stuff with housing court on our end. Whether or not that happens as it was proposed, are there ways that we can start to continue to be more aggressive towards negligent landlords like that in the future?
So I think there's some value in some of that. So, you know, with Hungerford, one of the things that we found was the most impactful was when we started to seek receivership. And not so much from him, but through the people that loaned him money in his endeavors. So the banks, we had a 100+ unit complex that had not had a C of O in a while, got a C of O inside of a month. That's pretty unparalleled. You know, we don't see that. We don't see a 100+ unit complex successfully get through a C of O in a month. So there's real value sometimes with that environment. It depends on who's involved, if there's banks involved, and so on and so forth. Some of the other things that happen as a result of that is I've got a couple of banks where now we have established relationships, so that when they have somebody that wants to do commercial loan for residential investment, they check on whether or not they're good behavior, you know, and so they can do that in building blocks, or they can call and ask. So there is some things that came out of that is positive. Housing court, we do have a designated judge. That's working out fairly well. We don't have a large docket. We bring 3 cases or so a month. We're pretty successful at code enforcement as it relates to people that have vested interest, and the threat of fines is usually successful. But there's no doubt that code enforcement, like everything else, is in a state of evolution, and you have to continuously look for vehicles and tools to more immediately deal with things that require immediate attention. So we continue to talk to law about what might be good forms for that. One of the things that Building Blocks is we're working on right now with Ptolemy. Ptolemy is the company that owns Building Blocks. They're going to set us up so that we can connect people that have special mailing addresses that match. So if you use 1 First Street, for example, or Post Office Box 123X, and that is applicable to multiple properties, that we can have the system presume that you're the same person even though you have multiple LLCs. We don't have that convenience right now. I mean, we have inspectors that kind of know people that they deal with. Sometimes managers are the same for all companies, but sometimes they're not. So we're continuously making slight enhancements there. But I think there's no doubt we got to keep looking for the court to help us, and I think that we're working with law towards that.
Thanks. My last question for now, at least, is just for some updates on Bull's Head. I see that on 6/11, we have planning and designing for the development. Just checking in on general timeline, and if there's going to be some major funds expensed this year.
Yes, thank you, Councilman Gruber. The Bullseye project is actually moving along very well. There will be a public meeting held on the 26th of this month at St. Mary's to update the community on where we are, and also to get their feedback as we have continued to do over time. So there was a meeting held around this time last year. There'll be another one this year. So in terms of expenditures, right now the expenditures are focused primarily around finishing the land acquisition. There are still a few properties over there that we don't own, so we're still in the process of doing land acquisition. That will be followed by environmental testing, which will then be followed by environmental remediation. So anytime you put the word environmental in a sentence, that means lots of money, right? So there will be some expenditures that will be tied to the environmental work, but primarily right now the expenditures are tied to acquisition.
Any other questions? I am starting to do this with my papers. That usually means it's time to wrap it up a little bit. But if folks have any other questions, I'll put these papers aside and I'll start doing this with you after the questions. So any other questions for the good of the order? If you do have further questions, you can feel free to put them in writing, as we won't be voting on the budget until another week or so. If there's not anything else? Okay. Yeah. All right. We are adjourned. Thank you. And